Hi all, welcome to this video on JavaScript interview questions to help you in your JavaScript interviews. So in this video, we'll be seeing around 54 questions, okay, which involves both basic and advanced, and you will also be seeing questions related to Node and TypeScript as well, just basic questions. Pardon me because the font is very small here. I will be anyway adding all the questions in the description section, and I will also be adding a link to each of these questions so that if anyone wishes, they can go directly to that question. But I would recommend you to see all of the questions from initial, from the start to the advanced level, which has all the module related questions. Okay. Uh, Now, without any further delay, let me start with the first question in this video.
So the first question in my interview questions playlist is, what is TypeScript and does it execute in your browser? So I come across many people who think TypeScript gets executed in the browser. So if you take first, let us understand TypeScript in general. So TypeScript, if you take, it is a programming language developed by Microsoft, and the syntax, it is a superset. By means of syntax, it is a syntactical superset of JavaScript. It has more methods, more syntax than JavaScript, and it is a strict. Whatever, if you add a strict in JavaScript, it's similar to that. And it adds optional static typing to the language. See, TypeScript is not mandatory to JavaScript. Okay. Uh, if you take TypeScript, as told in the next point, it is just for the development. Okay. It is just to make the development efficient. TypeScript will never execute in a browser. Okay. It is just for development. You have to understand very carefully this. TypeScript is only for the only for development. So once it goes for production, it gets converted to JavaScript. We have many compilers, TypeScript compiler or Babel, to compare to transpile it to vanilla JavaScript. So the TypeScript is only for development, and TypeScript is not mandatory. That's why we have the third point. It adds the static typing to the language so that we are able to find the mistakes beforehand before it goes to execution. Okay. We can, there is a configuration in TypeScript where we can specify that even if there are errors, compile to JavaScript, transpile or compile to JavaScript. So it is just an optional thing. You can very well do it in JavaScript. Only thing with TypeScript is it will make your development efficient by able to find the issues beforehand before it goes to execution. That's it. Okay, don't confuse. TypeScript does not execute in a browser. If you try to execute the TypeScript in a browser, it will say error. Okay, so the TypeScript is only for development, to make your development easier, and you are able to find the issues beforehand. So this is something which I found it different. Okay, which my assumption was wrong. So I thought of sharing with you. So, if you take JavaScript, the old JavaScript, you would have seen function, and using the function only we create the objects. And JavaScript, if you take, it is inheritance is also prototypical. If you want to inherit from another object, you need to use the prototype. Okay, using that prototype, we have to inherit. But if you take the native languages like Java or C, you'll would have seen class keywords. But in ES6, you would have come across class keyword. Whether is that something, whether they changed completely, JavaScript design has been changed, they moved from prototypical inheritance to classical inheritance like Java or C++? No. If that was your assumption, it is completely wrong. It is just a syntactic sugar. It is just for easy writing the code. In ES6 they propose for the class keyword, But under the hood, if you take, the same thing happens. It gets converted as a function and then only inheritance. It is JavaScript still uses the prototypical inheritance, that is the object inheriting other object. But if you take native languages like Java or C++, it uses classical inheritance, that is a class inheriting another class. It is not object, a class inheriting another class. Just I will show you an example so that I will make it clear. This is how you would have seen old JavaScript, right? Function. I have a parent function ABC and a child function. And to create a sorry, to create a object, what you do is you have to do new ABC. And if I want the child to inherit the parent and get that A variable, what it has to do is it has to use the prototype child.prototype equal to new ABC. It has to link the object to its prototype. Then only when it gets printed, you will get you will be able to see that A variable inside the child object. Sorry, in the ES6, if you take, it is very similar to the native languages like Java or C++. You will be seeing something similar to this. But you should not assume that the design, the inheritance, the way the JavaScript inheritance has changed. It is just for writing code. For easy writing code, they made it similar to native languages. But still, under the hood, it gets converted like this. Okay. So that's what I wanted to make you clear in this question. So the ES6 Class just provides the syntactic sugar for the old way of inheriting JavaScript inheritance. Okay, that is pseudo-classical or a prototypical inheritance pattern. Just syntactic sugar. Thank you.
This is a very simple question, but many get confused whether undefined and not defined is same in JavaScript. If this is the question, undefined and not defined are completely different in JavaScript. See, undefined, if you take, it is a data type. Okay, you understand? Undefined is a data type. Okay, if you go to your Chrome, okay, if you go to your inspection, so just open your console. Hope this is clear. See, whenever you don't assign anything, the default value which is given to a variable is undefined. Understand? So this is given by the JavaScript engine. Okay. The undefined, whenever you don't give any value to a variable, undefined is given by default to a variable. Okay. If you see the type of A is also A, undefined. And undefined like string number, uh, this is also a data type. You have to understand like object string number. Undefined is also a data type. Okay, be sure on that. So this undefined, so most commonly what we do is we set undefined value to it. This is not needed because by default this undefined is set by the JavaScript engine, and you are not, as per JavaScript, we are not supposed to give an undefined value to a variable. Okay, it will be set by the JavaScript engine only. Okay, if you want to nullify a value, you can give a null value to your variable, but not undefined. And on the other case, not defined is a error in JavaScript. See, I tried to access something which I have not defined. Okay, maybe G. If I say it gives a reference error, G is not defined. Okay, you understand? So
not defined is a error in JavaScript, but undefined is a data type. Understand? Both are completely different. Don't ever say that both are same in JavaScript. Don't think in that matter, in that way. Both are completely different. Okay? So what is null in JavaScript and what way it is different with undefined, or is it same? That's what we are going to see today. So null, if you take, okay, it means null is a data type. Basically, it is a data type like undefined. Undefined is also a data type. But null we specifically use if you want to nullify a value. That is, you may have given a value to a variable, maybe 10, 20 or something, but don't want to have you don't want to have it that value afterwards. So in that case, you can nullify that value. For that, you use null. But in case of undefined, if you take the undefined value is set if you don't initialize the value. Maybe you leave that as let's see itself. You don't initialize, you leave that as let's see only. In that case, the undefined value is given by the JavaScript engine or JavaScript compiler. Okay. So in that case, the undefined value is given by the JavaScript engine. Okay, engine or compiler. So you have to stress on this. So undefined null is set by a user, but undefined is given by a JavaScript engine. Okay. So we are not supposed to use undefined for nullifying a value, right? Maybe I will show you. Okay, I have just opened JavaScript inspector developer tools. If you set this value, and we normally use it if you want to nullify this value. So now the a value will be null. Okay. But in case of B, if I leave it just like this, the undefined value is given by the JavaScript engine. You understand? I have not set undefined value, but it is set by the JavaScript engine. So always understand for nullifying a value, maybe a you have set it as 100, but you want to nullify, don't use undefined. As per standard, it is wrong because this value, undefined value, is supposed to be given by the JavaScript engine only. We are not supposed to initialize, it is not supposed to be initialized by the user. Okay, this is the major difference between null and undefined. Now, what is the, let's see type of, let's see, if you see type of null, you may think type of null will be something different, but it is a object. You understand? The null is a object. So you should not use anything with for testing a value. You should not use this way of testing. You should not use this way of testing because for null also this will return as true. Okay, you understand? Because type of null is also true. If a variable has null also, this will be returned as true. So you should avoid this way of equality checking to check whether a variable has a value. Okay. And in case of undefined, I showed you yesterday also, type of undefined is undefined only. Okay. Other thing, in case of equality expression, let's compare equal undefined with null. Okay. So this will be true. If you use double equal to, it will be true because it does not check for type of. So this will be true. But in this case, it will be false. Okay. When you use a strict equality comparator, this will be true because type of null is different and type of undefined is different. It is object and this is undefined. Okay, this is about equality expression. But in case of conditional expression, both null and undefined will be returned as. So, as I told you, both in case of null, it will be returned as false when you use it in a conditional expression. For undefined also, it will be returning false only. So for a conditional expression, both are same. Here also it will be returned as false. So we are not getting that correct printed. Okay. So this is about this question what I wanted to cover. So type of null is object and undefined is undefined. For equality, double equal to will return as true, but when used for strict equality, it will be false. And in case of conditional expression, both will be written in false only. Okay. Thank you guys. Hope you understood. So this is a simple question. What will return as true in a conditional statement? Okay, this many would have got confused because if you take, for example, a conditional statement like if, okay, many would have used a variable, maybe var dd equal to something, okay, and if, okay, if dd they would have you would have used and console log some statement you have written inside, right? Hello something, okay. So many cases you would think that for undefined or maybe for empty string or zero, this will be truthy, okay. Because I also have faced this issue, like in some cases I might have thought, okay, in some cases I might have thought for empty string, maybe that I would not have taken into consideration. For I may need for empty string and zero I wanted to go inside, because that is for my application that would be a valid values, so I might think that it should go inside, but it will not go inside because those are falsy values, okay. In that case you might have need to do something like this: dd if dd not equal to undefined and dd not equal to null. Maybe you should put specific things, okay. So in this question let us see what are the falsy values and truthful values in case of a conditional statement like if. Okay, this is the question today. The falsy values are 0. Okay, 0, when you use it inside conditional statement, it will be false. Empty string, null, undefined. I think null, undefined, and not a number. This also is a falsy value. All these 5 values are falsy values. If you use it inside your conditional statement, remember, if you use 0, it will not print. Okay. If you use a empty string, it will not evaluate as true. And in the similar case, if you use nan, it will not evaluate to true. And in the similar case, undefined and null. This, I think, many would know that it will it is a falsy value. It will evaluate to false. Okay, and null. It will be a falsy values. So these are the falsy values. But another falsy value is false. That is also very obvious. If you use false also, it is falsy. As you know, it is a boolean. Okay, anyway, it will evaluate as false. Okay. And now coming to the truthy values. Fine, the truthy values are, this is something confusing for you. 0 enclosed in a double quotes, that is truthy, and the boolean false enclosed in a double quotes, because these become string, so these become truthy. And other thing is empty functions, empty arrays, and empty objects, these are also truthy. You may get confused at this. Let me clear it. So as I told you, 0 first, 0 enclosed quotes are truthy because it becomes a proper string. Okay, and similarly false enclosed in double quotes is truthy. And now coming to the empty string, empty function, empty arrays, and empty object. So this one you may get confused. Let me, maybe I put it as empty string. Okay. Now this empty string, many would have a doubt why this is evaluating as true. Okay. Because the CC, though it is an empty object, it has its properties from the object from where it inherits. Okay. If you put a prototype of this, if you print the proto of this, you will come to know. Because it inherits so much, though it is empty, it inherits all the properties from the object from which it takes the properties by the way of inheritance, prototypical inheritance. It takes all these from the from its parent, that is the object. Even being empty, you can do all these methods. Okay, you can access all these methods. Okay, you can print to string, so much you can print. So you should not think it is a empty object means nothing. It has its own properties from its parent. So this will evaluate to true only. Understand? Just to remember, in similar fashion, the empty array is also truthy. Because let gg equal to a empty array. Okay. Though it is an empty array, the proto, it takes it from the array class. So it will get all the properties of array. Okay, you see push pop, everything it gets from the array with array parent. Okay, and there is a array parent. From this one it gets all the values. Okay, if you put prototype you will get to know. So these are the values it inherits from its array parent. So the empty array is nothing but a array object. So even though it is empty, it has so many things from its parent, which is array, which indeed will inherit from the object, inherit from its parent object. Okay. So you remember, though it is an empty array, it has so many properties. So it will evaluate to true only. Similar is the case with a empty function. Okay. If I put a function here, let now it not be a arrow function. Let it be a simple function. Okay. This function, if you take, will have its own properties from its parent. That is function. It will have its own property from its function. Okay. So function is an object. Okay. Array is an object. Function is an object. So it will inherit Yeah, the function, sorry, there is no function class. Okay. So the function will take will inherit from its parent, that is object. Function is a object. So it will inherit from its parent object. So a empty function will also evaluate to true. Okay. We put func here. It will also evaluate to true. Since it is empty, don't think it has nothing. It inherits the properties from its parent. So it has something. Okay. So this is what I wanted to tell you. 0, false, empty function, empty arrays, and all objects. So you, in general, you can take like object will have something. So it will evaluate to true, even though it is empty. Okay, you can have it as a general rule. Okay, so hope this is clear. Okay, so I think this will help you when you code in JavaScript so that you don't normally we'll do mistake thinking 0 and empty string 0 mainly the empty string that may be a proper value in our application. You may think that will evaluate to true, but it will evaluate to false. Even empty arrays and empty objects, you may think it will evaluate to false, but it will evaluate to true. Just consider this. Thank you. Have a nice day.
So you would have heard primitive types, right? In native languages like Java or C++, whether a primitive will have methods and properties, but whether the methods and properties are available in case of primitives in JavaScript. Do primitives have methods and properties in JavaScript? That's the question we are going to see. As you know, in native languages like Java and C++, primitives are just values. They don't have methods or properties. They are not objects to have methods and properties. But how in JavaScript it is possible? How come how come primitives have methods and properties? We will see. First of all, we will try to understand what are primitives in JavaScript. Primitives in JavaScript are simple types like string, number, big int, null, undefined, yeah, boolean, right? These are the primitives. Okay. Maybe if I want to show them, just open the developer tools. So a primitive is nothing but A is a primitive because it has the string. If you put type of A, it will be string. Similarly, you can have number, boolean, null, undefined. Those all are primitives. Okay. But the question is, this is A is a primitive. But how the methods are available for a primitive? Because all the native languages like Java or C++, they don't have it. But how come a primitive has methods and properties in JavaScript? That's the question right here. So, what really happens behind the scene? Okay, all numbers, all the primitive has wrapper objects. A string has string. Okay, string class, which is a wrapper for the string primitive. Similarly, we have a number wrapper, number class, which is a wrapper for number. And similarly for Boolean also we have a class. Okay. What really happens behind the scene is JavaScript, you would have heard that JavaScript is a very flexible, easy language. So the moment it sees that you're trying to access something out of a primitive, it tries to convert it to its corresponding wrapper class. Since it is A is a string, once you do this, keep a dot on it, you will see all the properties of string. Okay.
you will see. But by doing that, will it get converted to a string object, string wrapper class? If you put type of a, it is still a string. What happens to that object which got created out of the primitive? Actually, what JavaScript does it is, once it finds that you are trying to access some method, it converts it to its corresponding wrapper class, tries to execute it, and that object becomes garbage collected. Okay, you understand? If you want to access that object which got created of the primitive, you have to write something like this. Maybe hope this is visible to you. Okay, I will just clear. On the prototype, I'm just adding to the string class, I'm adding another method to facilitate me to access that object. Okay, I'll just add a function get object. Okay, let this be a function which will return this, which will be the object. Okay, just I've added. Now the string will have get object. Now let me do get object. We'll see whether it gets executed, and I will save it in a variable. Now let's print the string object which got returned from get object. So this is the string object which got created out of the primitive. So the moment JavaScript finds you are trying to access a function out of the primitive, it creates a string object. That is the wrapper string object. And that object, since using get object, we are returning that object. We are able to see that object here. Hope this is clear. Okay. So when you get a question like this in your interview, try to tell them that the primitives in JavaScript does not have methods or properties. It is just that JavaScript, owing to its flexibility, converts the moment it sees that you are trying to access something out of a primitive, it converts to its corresponding wrapper class and executes it, and once it executes it, it garbage collects it. It is not available. Okay, it is sent to the garbage, and you still have the primitive with you. Okay, hope this is clear.
This is also interesting question. This is a very obvious question in the interviews. What are object in JavaScript? Okay. What are object? Whether all are object in JavaScript. This is the question here. What are object in JavaScript? This is a very simple question. You may get it very often. You would have seen an interview question with this question. So what will be the answer for this? So it is pretty simple. Don't confuse yourself. It is just in Java, it is key value pairs. That's the answer for this. Object in JavaScript is just a key value pairs. Okay. If you put a let obj, just this is a object now. Okay. If you put type of obj, it is object. Okay. Okay. Type of obj will be object. Okay. So
you can make it also like a key value pass. So this is your answer for this question. Object in JavaScript is just key value pairs b of 20. Okay. Okay. The property, the value can also be a function. It is need not be a value. Okay. It can also be a another function. Okay. Maybe you can put a console log. Hope this is clear. I just want to make it big. To make it big. Maybe we'll take Chrome. Okay. Okay. I think this is fine. So obj, okay, let obj can have it a key value pair a of 10. This you can set. You can set a primitive value. You can set also a function, as I told you. You can have a console log inside this. Okay. So I can put func. Okay, here. Okay. And I will close this. It can also be another object. See, you can also put another object here. That is also possible. Okay, this is also can be done. Okay. Now to access any object there, you have to access it via the key. Okay. So this is the key. So via that key, you can access anything. Similarly, for executing any function, you will just say object dot b can execute, and you will see the console here, right? Similarly, if you want to access the object, you can put C of C. C will give you the object. If you want to access, go inside it, you can put like that. Okay. So this object is just key value pass. The value can be a property, primitive value, or function, or arrays, anything, or another object. It can be anything. So the answer is very simple. It is just key value pass. Okay. Okay. Another question we have, right? Whether all object or all are object in JavaScript? What is the answer to this question? Whether all are objects in JavaScript? This term you would have heard very frequently. All are objects? No. Okay, all are objects in JavaScript other than primitives. Primitives are nothing but null, undefined, string, number, sorry, small s, okay, string, and then you have boolean, okay, and undefined, as you know, right? Null, undefined, string, number, boolean. Even number is a primitive, right? Other than these types, can even write it here. Null, undefined, boolean, number, string. Other than that, all are objects in JavaScript. Okay, you don't use a capital, it means a class. Okay, so other than this, all are objects in JavaScript. So this should be a question. This should be an answer. Other than primitives, all are objects in JavaScript. Then one question arises whether array is array is a object, so it means all others are object. It means array is a object. Yes, array is a object. Function is a object. Everything else is a object other than primitives. Whatever you see in JavaScript is all objects. Can show that. Let me initialize a primitive here. Okay, array. I can show you array of 0, comma 1, comma 2. Whether this is an object, if you put type of array, it is an object. Yes, this is also an object. Similarly, if you create a function, okay, function, if you put type of func, it will tell you it is a function, but it is a function object. Okay, this is also a object. Okay, in JavaScript, this only you have to understand very carefully that even functions are object in JavaScript. That's why you can send a function inside another function as a parameter. That is possible in JavaScript. Okay, for a function, you can send another function as a parameter. That's what we call it as callback, right? Maybe you have a function. I put a function. Okay. So to this function, you can send another function as a parameter. You can send this. I have another function. You can send that as a parameter. If you see that maybe to clearly make you understand, I'll just print that AA so that you understand. Okay. And I will call the function. If I call this, it will print the function, whatever is being passed as a parameter. This is possible because even function is an object in JavaScript. Okay, this is not possible in native languages. This is possible because function is an object. So just as a thumb rule, you have it like other than primitives, all the internal structures of arrays, functions, whatever, it is all objects. You can have it as a thumb rule. Okay. Okay. So this is what I wanted to cover as part of today's question. Hope this is clear. Okay. Other than primitives, all are objects. That's what I want. JavaScript a loosely typed or strongly typed language? And is JavaScript static typed or dynamically typed? Okay. So what is typing first? Okay. If you have known Java or any other language, we'll go for Chrome itself. We'll open the inspector tools. Okay. Open this. So if you have worked with Java or C, those all are strongly typed language. Okay. You have to, before saving any value inside a variable, you have to tell what type of variable it is. So based on that, that much amount of memory will be allocated. Maybe in Java, you have to say string A, and then only you will be able to initialize a variable, right? Because Java, C, and all those languages are strongly typed. Before initializing a variable, you have to tell what type of variable it is. But in case of JavaScript, it is loosely typed. You need not say to the JavaScript engine what type of variable it is. So you can simply say var a. So that's enough to the JavaScript engine. So it shows how flexible it is. Okay. So just saying it is a variable. That's it we are saying. We are not saying what type of variable I'm planning to save inside it, whether I'm going to save a string number. We are not the JavaScript engine is not concerned. Okay, this proves that it is a loosely typed. It does loosely typed or untyped language, you can say. The other thing I was speaking is almost both are same. Okay, loosely typed and dynamically typed both are same almost. Okay, but understand, you may get a question loosely typed, dynamically typed. Maybe you can get loosely typed or strongly typed and static typed or dynamic typed. You may get a question. Okay, so dynamically typed. So in Java, all those languages, you are specifying what type of variable it is. But in case of JavaScript, it is based on the value you put inside. The JavaScript engine decides it is it has to allocate that much memory for a string. Based on the value you put inside, it decides the data type. So that's why it is called as dynamically typed. You understand? But in case of Java and all C++, it is static typed. Before initialization, while initialization itself, you have to say it is string, int, boolean, whatever it is. But in case of JavaScript, it is decided only at runtime. For all these languages like Java, C, C++, it is decided in the compile time itself. But in JavaScript, it is decided only while execution, that is runtime. So which is better? Just think over this, right? You may have a function, okay. So in JavaScript, you need not tell what type of function, what type of variable it is. You have a function like this. Maybe the person who wrote this function who would have thought this should accept only numbers, and he might have written something a equal to a plus b, okay, something like this. Okay, maybe I will name it func1. So this is all valid in JavaScript. You need not say the type and what type of variable argument the function will be accepting. Nothing is needed. Now if I say func1, maybe name it 100. Okay, just for example. Now I have written a function with the assumption that it will take only numbers. But a person comes inside my code, he sends a string to it. So that's a error. Okay, string, since JavaScript is loosely typed, okay, at the compile time I will not be able to know that this function is not supposed to send a receive a string, but it has received a string, and only at runtime I will get an error that I am not able to add strings. Okay, you understand? So there are some problems to it. When it is you are given so much flexibility, there are some problems that you will be able to know. Also, you will be able to know, since there is also no compile time errors, you will be able to know the errors only at runtime. Okay. So hope this is clear. So for coming out of this problem in JavaScript, TypeScript came. With TypeScript, you will be able to have a extra check of compile time. At compile time itself, you will be able to see the errors. Okay. You are getting an extra step. That is the compile time errors. So the TypeScript does a compile time error, and it makes the JavaScript language a strongly typed. Okay, or strongly typed or static typed, both. Okay, okay, but JavaScript, by JavaScript alone, if you take, it is loosely typed and dynamically typed. It is so flexible, it does not need any type. Uh, just by based on what you give it, whatever you initialize with it, the type is got automatically. That's what I said here, right? For of a and type of a, you since we put a string inside the variable, it will be a string. Difference between double equal to and triple equal to in JavaScript. Okay, this question might look like very simple, but there are so much inside that. If you see, based on what answer you give in the interview, it means how much you know about JavaScript because it has so much. Let's see in detail. Okay. So double equal to, it is called as loose equality operator. That's why many we are advised not to use that. So in case of, we will see the comparison first with respect to primitives and non-primitives, because primitives it acts differently, non-primitives it acts differently. Okay. So in case of primitives, what really happens? Okay, everyone knows it actually compares. Okay, 0 equal to 0 0, true. That is very simple. If it is both are the same data type, it is simple, right? Different, it will say false. But what happens if two different data types are compared? What really happens? JavaScript, does it have that intelligence to compare two different data types? No, it does not have. It has to convert one of the operands to one data type so that both are of the same data type, then only it will compare. Understand, in no language it will compare two different data types, equality of two different data types, and give you a value. It will convert one operand to the same data type as another and then only compare. So in JavaScript it is called as type cohesion. So normally in case of double equal to, it will try to convert to number if one of the value, one of the operands are number. Okay, so what will be the this value of this? 0 equal to 0. You can give a guess that it will be true. Okay, but how it happens? So this will be one of your, even if you say true, you will be asked how, right? So it is very simple. Okay, this is number and this is string. So the JavaScript, as I told you, in case of equality, double equality, it will mostly try to convert as number, provided if one of the operand is number. So it will try to convert double equal to that empty string as number, and you can see 0. So 0 equal to 0 is true, as you know, right? So this is how it tries to convert to the same data type, then only it will compare. Understand this. Okay, false equal to 0, what it does? So what it will, as you can guess, number of false will be equal to 0. So that's how it is able to say it as true. Okay, the similar case with this as well. Number of true, number of true. When true is converted as number, it is 1. Okay. Another great tricky thing you have to understand is not a number equal to not a number is equal to false. So this may be one of your interview questions. Not a number equal to not a number is always false. Though both are the same thing, it is false. Maybe we can also try type of NaN. Okay. Though it says as number, NaN not a number equal to not a number is always false. Okay. And other thing is null. In case of double equal to, null and undefined are seen as same. It is equal to true because null means no value, right? Undefined means no initialized value. Both in terms of loose equality comes as true. Okay. So just always remember this type cohesion. Okay, whenever you have been given with this problem, try to understand that it will convert to one of the data types, and then only it will convert to the same data type. Normally in case of double equal to, it the conversion happens to number only, number of that value, provided one of the operand is a number. So now in case of non-primitives, non-primitives are nothing but in JavaScript, other than primitives, all are objects. So non-primitives is nothing but we are trying to compare object in JavaScript. So if you take object in JavaScript, so if you try to compare two object, equality will never be true. Okay, because in case of objects, we are not comparing the value, we are comparing the reference, that is the address where it is saved. So we are trying to compare two addresses, so it will never be true, understand? Okay, in case of objects, double equality without any think about it, it will never be true. Okay, because it is reference type, we are trying to compare two addresses. I can also try to show you that. Maybe if you try to compare two empty objects, so you can see it is false, whatever, because the address of these two objects are different. Even the both may be empty, but the address where it is saved is different. Okay, you have the same thing. Sim Even in this case it will be false. Okay, you understand, right? So this is true for arrays. Okay, because all are objects only, all are saved in addresses, all are reference types only. So this can try to even compare functions. Both empty functions will be false only. Okay, maybe if you try to, if you want to do this way, you have to put maybe let func equal to this function, like func1 equal to another function. Now let's compare these two. Let's see, we are able to compare. So you can see it is false. Okay, since even functions are objects in JavaScript. Okay, so non-primitives, whatever you compare, it will be false. Now let's move on to our next thing, triple equal to. Next thing we are triple equal to. It is strict equality. The double equal to was loose equality operator. Triple equal to is strict equality operator. Okay, the strict equality operator, what it will do? First, it will compare the type, then only it will try to compare the value. You understand? Sorry. So first the type, then only the value. So here no type cohesion happens. Okay. If two are different types, then always false only. Only when it is of same data type, then only it will try to compare the value. Okay. In this case, if you see 0 equal to empty, it will be false. Okay, but in double equal to it was true, right? So since this is number, this is string, right away it will say false, right? And similarly true equal to triple equal to 1, false, because this is boolean and this is number. Okay, so the type cohesion never happens in case of triple equal to. Just first it will try to compare the type and then only it will go for number. Even in this case, nan triple equal to nan will be false. Okay, and null equal to double equal to undefined was true, but triple equal to, it is different, because this is of type object, undefined is of type undefined. Okay, understand? This is about primitives. So non-primitives, in case of objects, even if you do double equal to, triple equal to, always it will be false only. Okay, because we are comparing the addresses. Understand, this should be your answer when somebody asks you. False. Okay, whatever we do, it will be false. Comparing objects with any type of double or triple equality, it will be false only. Okay, false. Even that array is false. False. Okay, maybe triple equal to what we are trying for. Okay. Okay, hope you understood the difference between double equal to and triple equal to. So, uh, so conclusion is, so we are always advised to use strict equality, that is triple equal to, because double equal to, in many case you may not have the desired output. You may think that it should be true, but it should be false, or it should be true, but because of type cohesion many things may change. Even in case of null equal to undefined is true. So because of type cohesion, we are asked always to avoid double equal to and go for triple equal to, so that we always get the desired result we need. Okay, correct. So try to use in when you try to write code, always try to use triple equal to. Thank you. Is JavaScript a compiled languages or interpreted languages? This is the first question. And will I be able to find issues before getting executed? Okay, this is the second question. So, you know Java and all, what you would have done? You would have first compiled, made a bytecode out of it, and then give that bytecode to the Java executor, and it will execute. In JavaScript, do we have such a step? No, we mostly in scripting languages we don't have. JavaScript, if you take, it is just interpreted line by line by the browser. By the browser, I mean in the browser who reads the line one by one and executes it? It is done by the JavaScript engine. This JavaScript engine varies with because this JavaScript engine is different for different vendor. In case of Chrome, we have the V8 engine. In case of Firefox, we have Spider Monkey, and for Opera, it is different. Likewise, so so this so the answer will be it is read line by line. Okay, it does not get compiled into a bytecode, and JavaScript executor does not execute it. It doesn't happen that way. It executes line by line, okay, by the JavaScript engine. That's why it is said as interpreting. There is no compilation step to JavaScript. Okay, it is interpreted line by line, so it is called as interpreter. Okay, for but because of this, but we lose a benefit, right? In case of Java and all, in compilation, when the Java code gets compiled, when you do Java and the file name, you will be able to find issues with your code. But in case of JavaScript, only if the JavaScript engine reads that line, it will be able to tell you the issues. So you have to wait till that point. Maybe you should go for that proper use case to reach that line for for the JavaScript engine to tell you the issue. So that's why we have the TypeScript, which brings a extra step to you, like the compilation step, which tells you the issue beforehand. So that's what we say. So the after the TypeScript, it gets compiled to compiles or transpiles to JavaScript. So by means of Java TypeScript, we get that extra
step of compilation, which compiles your code and tells you the issue beforehand, before getting transpiled into JavaScript. Now coming to the next question. Will it be able to find issues before execution? No. JavaScript by itself, you will not be able to find the issue with a particular line until the JavaScript interpreter or the engine executes that line. Okay. Maybe I will can tell you, maybe I can show you example. Okay. Maybe I will have a simple constant function. Okay. ff maybe ggg, name it func. Okay. I will name it function. I will say if 1 not equal to 1. So it will never go to this statement. And I will say console, maybe intentionally will make it wrong. Okay. Okay. I'm just doing this. It is not able to execute that function. Not closed it anywhere. Okay. Maybe we have to put another bracket. Sorry, I missed to put another bracket. That's the issue there. Okay. Now the function is ready. If you normally put it, you will get an error, right? If you put it, it will say there is nothing called console.log. You see this. But if I execute this function, okay, maybe I will do it once more. Maybe I will name it func1. We will reduce all the extra spaces, right? Okay. But when I execute this function, you can see it will not tell you any error because the interpreter never goes inside this line. So it will never tell you this issue until and unless you have a use case. Maybe you develop the code, you give it to the client. Maybe at a particular use case, it goes inside. That time the client will be able to find this issue, which is which when client finding the issue, which is developer not finding the issue, client, it will be a big issue, right? So that's what. So the answer to the second question is JavaScript will not be able to find issues with the code unless and until it is executed. That line is executed. That's it.
Okay. Maybe many have doubts on this. Many think what the question is, what is Node.js? Okay, this may look to be a backend question because Node.js is backend. But as a front-end developer, I want you to know at least this basics. Okay, what is Node.js? Okay, and many people think it to be a different language. Okay, is they think it is a different variant of JS. Okay, since it named as Node.js, and some people think it has been written for a different variant of JS written for server side. Is it so? Is it a different programming language? Before coming to this question, let's answer one more question. Let's try to understand who executes JavaScript. You you go to the prompt. Okay, let me go to that inspector. Okay, and when I write something, right, in the console, I try to write something. Console log hello. Okay, maybe I will make it bigger. Okay, console log hello. Okay, okay, whatever. So when I say enter,
it executes. Who executes this? Within which environment it gets executed? It is getting executed by the browser. The JavaScript engine inside the browser is executing it, right? While installing the browser, we are not going and installing JavaScript engine, the executor for JavaScript engine separately. It comes with the browser. So the Chrome comes with its own JavaScript engine. They have their own team which builds the JavaScript engine, which executes whatever your website. They have a JavaScript is executed by the JavaScript engine, which is inside the browser environment, right? And the JavaScript engine in Chrome it is called as V8, and for Firefox it is called as Spider Monkey. So all are different JavaScript engines built by their own team of the browser vendor. Okay, so they execute. So that JavaScript engine only executes the code, the JavaScript what you are writing, right? So in Chrome, as I said, it is V8 engine. What is Node.js is, okay, the V8 engine which is present in Chrome, they took it to the server side, okay, they put it inside a C++ program, okay, and that C++ program is called as, that environment is called as Node.js. So Node.js is just the environment which has the same JavaScript engine which is present in the Chrome. You understand? Inside a C++, as I told you, inside a C++ program, they put this V8 engine, and that C++ program environment is called as Node.js. So when you compare JavaScript, which is present in the Node.js, and JavaScript which is present in the browser, what is different? Just the environment is different. In case of browser, the environment, we have the Windows, the browser environment. In case of Node.js, they will tell the different, the window will not be present. In case of Node.js, you will have something called global. Okay, you understand? Only the environment is different in case of the JavaScript in browser and JavaScript in Node.js. So try to completely understand. Node.js is nothing a different variant. It is nothing like a very different variant of JavaScript. It is the same JavaScript engine taken to the server side, put inside a environment. That environment is called as Node.js, right? So, so the Node.js can be compared to your browser. Okay, so you should not compare Node.js to a language. It is comparable to your browser. As JavaScript is working inside the browser, in likewise in Node.js in the server, JavaScript is working inside the Node environment. Okay, correct. Hope you understood. How to get the Node environment to your system? Just you have to install Node. If you see Node.js install, okay, install, you will get this. You install the Node. Once you install the Node for Windows, okay, in whatever platform you are, you install Node, you will get the npm also will be, you will get the npm also, the Node environment and npm. Okay, so you have to then once you get the Node to your system, you can just install execute any JS inside the Node. Likewise, you execute the JS inside your browser, because inside the browser JavaScript engine is present. Likewise, using the Node, you can execute any JavaScript program. Since I already have the Node installed in my system, so let me write a simple program. Okay, maybe sample.js, maybe hello 222333 something. Okay, now this program I have it in the same environment, same path. So what I will say is, simply for executing this this JavaScript program, you can just give node and the name of the program, sample.js, and it will execute. Okay, so this now instead of executing the JavaScript from the browser environment, I have executed the JavaScript what I have it in my file system using the node which is in the server side. Correct? Hope you understood. Okay. So don't have this thinking that Node.js is a different variant of JS. You have to learn it. So Node.js, what you learn, it is the same JavaScript to the server side. Maybe you have to learn about the environment. Okay, in Node.js, what environment is present? Because in Node, if you take the inspector tools, if you say window, that is the environment of the JavaScript engine, right? The JavaScript engine is running inside this environment. The window is the environment for JavaScript engine. If you open the Node.js, right, once you install Node, you will also get this Node.js. You can just open it and you can, how you execute in the browser, you can even execute it here. It gets executed like in the browser. Okay. So, but when you put window here, you will not get window here. Sorry, I am not able to make it bigger. Pardon me. You will not get window because this the JavaScript is not running inside a window environment in case of Node.js. In case of Node.js, the window is replaced by global. That is the global object within which the JavaScript engine is running. Okay. Okay. Before closing this, let us see also a definition of Node.js. So as per, if you see the definition of Node.js, it is a open source, as you know. It is a cross-platform. It can be developed across platforms. It is not a single platform, and it will work similarly in all platforms. And it is, I just want you to stress on this. It is a backend JavaScript runtime environment. It is not a language. It is a runtime environment. Okay, that runs the V8 engine. Runs on the V8 engine and executes a JavaScript code. Okay, outside the web browser. So if you have a code, till now we were trying to execute the JavaScript on the browser. Now it can on the server side. If you have a JavaScript on your file system, you can even execute the JavaScript using the node. Node environment also can execute the JavaScript. The node has nothing but the JavaScript engine. That's what it is mentioned as runs on V8 engine. Okay. So you can also execute the JavaScript using the node environment. Okay. Hope this is clear for everyone. Okay. So that's what I want to make you clear. Okay. What is this in JavaScript? Seeing this, many think it is very simple. It points to the current object. But in JavaScript, it is little different. So it is a confused topic in case of JavaScript. So in case of JavaScript, right, this uh, this value is dependent on who is calling that function. This inside a function, okay, the value depends on how that function is getting called. Okay. It does not always refer to the current object. Okay. It depends on how that function which has this is getting called. Normally, it refers to the left hand side. If the left hand side has an object, this will point to that object. If the left hand side is empty, it means this will refer to the windows because in that case, right, it means like the windows browser windows is calling that function, so this will refer to the windows. Okay, so as a rule you can take it like this. Always this will refer to the left hand side, who is calling that function, the left hand side of that function, how the function is getting stored. If it is empty, more or less it will be windows. If it is an object, it will point to that object. Other thing you need to understand is there is no implicit this as you have it in classical languages. we have only implicit. If you leave a variable a, it will not point to this dot a. It will mean windows dot a in case of JavaScript. Okay. Let's take this simple example. In the first case, right, that this, what will be the value for this? Since the left hand side is empty, this will refer to the Windows object. Since the left hand side is empty, it means like the browser Windows is calling this func. So this will point to Windows, the global object. But in the second case, we are putting the func1 as a value to this object, value as a value to this func key. Okay, if you have it, if you put that function inside the object and you call that function from your object, this will point to the object 1. Okay, hope this is clear, right? So let me reiterate. So always has a have a as a thumb rule, you have like that this will refer to the left hand side, how that function is getting called. If it is empty, it will point to Windows. If it is called from an object, this will refer to the object.
A very simple question. So you can expect this question greatly in your interview because so the question is whether JavaScript is an object-oriented language. So you know Java is completely object-oriented because it is all classes. You can't write anything without classes. And C++ is partially object-oriented because you can write some things without classes. So it is said to be completely not partially object-oriented. In JavaScript, if you take, do you have classes? That's the first question. Okay. In Java and all, if you take inheritance, how it happens? A class A inherits class B, inherits class B. But in JavaScript, is it likewise? So if you take JavaScript, though in ES6 you might find classes, but those all are syntactic sugar. Yeah, if you see how it gets converted, still it uses the same function and the inheritance happens like a prototype based. Okay, what you see outside is just for development, for the developer to find it easy. Okay, but under the hood, if you see, it is still the same old way of doing the functions you do and new functions, and then you do a prototype based inheritance. So JavaScript does not have classes. So you have to understand that if this interview question is asked, you have to say like it is JavaScript is an object based language based on prototype. It is not class based object oriented language. It is prototype based object oriented language. Correct? Because you do not have classes. Okay, and for the inheritance to happen, and other the great thing you have to understand with JavaScript is if you take Java, C++, it is like class inheriting another class. But if you take in case of JavaScript, it is object inheriting another object. So it is all object based. JavaScript is completely object based, and for inheritance also it is prototype based. So your answer should be like it is prototype based object oriented language. It is not class based object oriented language. Okay, and it is not completely object oriented because it does not have classes and does not follow the oops principle strictly. Okay, just before that I just will show you an example how the inheritance happens in a how in a prototype based. Okay, so so let me create a child. Okay, See, let it keep it as caps because it is a constructor. Okay, this function I'm going to use it for creating an object. So I will have a variable called child equal to child. Okay, okay. Now I have another function. Okay, let me have it as parent. Here I will create a variable called parent. Okay. Sorry, I will make it caps. Okay. Now I will create the objects for these two objects. Like child object equal to new child. Okay. Made sense, I believe. And similarly, I will create a parent object, new parent. Okay. Now, if I want the child object to inherit from the parent object, what you have to do? Okay, maybe the child object I wanted to inherit this dot parent from the parent. So normally in Java and all, you will have a class child, class parent, and class child will extends parent so that it will be able to use the instance variable of the parent. But in case of JavaScript, if you want to inherit, what you have to do is you have to use prototype. So that's why it is called prototype based. Okay, this is how you can inherit in JavaScript. You have to put, see here, child object dot proto. I have to set it to parent object. Now the child object, I have created a link from child object to parent object. Now you can see what I told. It in JavaScript is always object inheriting another object. Okay, it is not class based. It is prototype based. Now the child object can directly use the parent variable since it has a link is created. Yeah, we have created a prototypical link from the child object to the parent object, so it will be able to access the parent instance variable parent. You can see. So just understand, if this interview question is asked, you have to prove that you have to tell that it is prototype based object oriented language. It is not class based object oriented language, and it is not completely object oriented, and since it does not have class as in the case of other native languages like Java, C++, it is, and it does not strictly follow OOPS principle, though it is all possible, but it is, yeah, object inheriting another object. It is not class. That's what I said. Prototype based. Okay. The object gets inherited through question. Is JavaScript single threaded or multi-threaded? So if you take JavaScript, okay, be very clear with the answer. It is single threaded. Okay, that is the core design of it. It has only a single thread, and multi-threading is not possible in JavaScript. I say single threaded, I mean the JavaScript execution is single threaded. The JavaScript execution has only a single thread, so it means it has only a single call stack. So whatever gets executed comes to this call stack and gets executed. Okay. What happens if you are going to do any complex activity in the thread, like uh, trying to print for 1000, 10,000 elements? What will happen? So it means you will be blocking the thread. So all the subsequent things will not happen, right? You will be blocking the thread, and all the subsequent things will not happen. So in JavaScript, and it is very much needed for the developer
to not block the thread in any way. They have to make it as all the complex activity as asynchronous. That's why just think over this. If you are going to call a server and you keep waiting for that in the main thread, what will happen? Nothing will happen. The the user cannot even click anything on the web page because you are still using the thing, still using the thread. So that's why all the fetch APIs and all those are asynchronous. Moment you trigger it, you leave it and go to the next statement. So remember, in JavaScript, you should never ever block the main thread. Okay, that's why it is called non-blocking, right? I'll just show you a scenario if you what will happen in your Chrome browser if you block the thread. So let me open a Chrome tab. Okay, right now you can see all you are able to link and all are active, right? It actually responds to my request. Now let me block the thread. Okay, so what I will do, maybe I will print for 1000 or 10,000, whatever. Okay, just I will use a for loop which will print for 1000. Okay, right, what I'm doing correct. Now you can see. Okay, maybe it became, maybe I will put 10,000 so that, so now you can see this is the tab I was doing. Maybe I will increase it. It is so fast. Now you can see it is not all in nothing is active because I have blocked the thread. Only once this process is done, then only it will be active again. You understand? You can see this here. Nothing is active, right? In Chrome, what happens is all the browsers, all the tabs share the same thread. So you can't do anything until this is over. Okay. Nothing is happening because you are using the thread, right? So now let me go to my thing. So this is about the JavaScript thread. So to reiterate, it is has only a single call stack, that is single thread. So the Java execution is single threaded. Another major misconception, misunderstanding people have is they think even the fetch or the set timeout, set interval, whatever you do, also comes in the same thread. So that's not the case. Or those set timeout, set interval, fetch calls, whatever you do, are all browser APIs. Okay, that is all written by your browser vendors. For Chrome, it is different. For Firefox, it is different. So, so when you do anything from JavaScript, when you call set timeout or set interval or any fetch calls, it actually the JavaScript just triggers and goes to the next statement. So it does not wait for those browser APIs to come back. So those are called as asynchronous. Okay, understand? Those execution does not come under the thread of JavaScript, the single call stack of JavaScript. Those are all handled by the browser. Okay. Once you do them, what happens is if you do a fetch, the callback, once that is done, it receives the response. The callback of the fetch or the promise of the fetch, the callback given out by the fetch comes inside the queue and it goes to the call stack actually. It does not go directly to call stack. It goes through the queue and call stack. From queue to call stack, it is called as execution event loop. it goes only when the call stack does not have any other thing. So this I would be doing another question, and you can also refer to my previous video on execution event loop. That is also a very important concept. So this, I hope this is clear for you. Just before I close, the JavaScript execution is single threaded. Always remember, there is multi-threaded is not possible. This is the basic design of JavaScript. This is the how it works even in Node.js. Okay, that is only a single thread which looks for the waits for the user request, the API request from the front end. So you can understand in Node.js, if you are going to block any thread, another user cannot come to your website. So that's the how very important it is. You should never block the thread. Seen interview questions in TypeScript to start with. So what is TypeScript and can it exist without JavaScript? Is it made sense to have TypeScript alone without JavaScript? This is the question. So first let us understand what is TypeScript. TypeScript is a programming language created by Microsoft, and it is a strict syntactical superset of JavaScript. It means it has more than JavaScript. It is a superset of JavaScript, and you know JavaScript, right? It is dynamically typed. You need not say whether it is a string, what I'm going to assign to a variable. But in case of TypeScript, it is a statically typed language. So in case of TypeScript, you have to say that before I initialize a variable, I will say like this, right? I have to say something like this. You have to say let a and I'm going to assign a string variable to this. Okay. So this typing is required in case of TypeScript. This was not required for JavaScript, but in case of TypeScript, it is required. So it is a optional static typed typing. It provides an optional static typing to the language. Why optional? It means even without this typing, you can transpile to JavaScript. And other thing is, it is not required in certain cases. Maybe in this case, it is not required, but it is required if you don't give a value to this. Okay, you can say, see, there is a error to it, right? You can see a error. So in this case, to prevent this error, you have to say it is what I'm going to initialize. So in certain occasions where you initialize directly, it is taken directly by inferred directly by TypeScript. Here you can see, since you put a string inside this variable, it is automatically taken as a string. Now if you try to put a number inside it, it will give error, right? But this is not the case with JavaScript. It is dynamically typed. You can put any variable you want and it will take that data type. Okay, you understand? Optional static typing is even if the error exists, you can still transpile to JavaScript. Okay, and the TypeScript is being designed for development of large applications. Okay, JavaScript was meant for a simple purpose, but TypeScript is meant for large applications, and it transcompiles to JavaScript. Coming to that question, can TypeScript exist without JavaScript? No, the answer is clear no. Okay, with TypeScript alone, you can't do anything. Your TypeScript is not known by the browser or Node.js, nothing. Okay, it has to be converted to JavaScript to be known by browser or your Node.js. Okay, so the TypeScript gets transpiled to JavaScript. It can be transpiled by TypeScript compiler or using Babel. And that is a good thing about this. You can write your code in latest ES6, maybe I can use the latest features async await. And if I want to run the same thing in IE, which does not support the latest ES, what you can do, you have a configuration in your TypeScript configuration tsconfig. There you can say ES3. Maybe convert this TypeScript into a ES3 JavaScript. So it will convert your TypeScript so that it will work even in your IE browser. You understand? So there is an option in your configuration to convert into whatever even the old JavaScript, you can say whatever ES6 version of JavaScript you want to convert, you can convert. And other plus point with TypeScript is in JavaScript you will find errors only when it gets executed. That particular line gets executed. You can't know the errors till it is executed. But with TypeScript, it adds a extra compiling step. By the moment you type itself, you will get to know the error if it does not exist. So it adds a extra compiling step. That's what I mentioned here. And tooling support. People who have worked with VS Code, TypeScript VS Code will know. It will give you that completion tooling support. So this is all provided by your TypeScript. Okay. Because of TypeScript only you are getting the tooling support. Okay. Maybe if I say this as if I just say this gg as an array, you can see gg dot will give you all the options of TypeScript array. This is because by the tooling support. Since I have told gg is array, the VS Code, the TypeScript via VS Code is able to give the support, the completion support. Another thing you need to understand is even if there are errors in your TypeScript code, it will get converted to JavaScript till you make that flag in tsconfig as false. Okay. Now you will I will compile this code. So we wrote it in sample.ts, right? So this has an error right now. Now let me transpile it using TypeScript compiler sample.ts. Maybe I'm not able to run it here. Let me open it. Now let's execute it. tsc build.ts. Now you see it is getting transpiled here. Okay. Okay. It found a error, right? It is able to find a error that 100 is not assignable to string, but still it compiles to JavaScript. You understand? So even if there is a error in TypeScript, it gets compiled to JavaScript till you have to disable a TypeScript configuration. If you disable that, if you enable that, you can say that if there is error, don't transpile. That you can do. But by default, it will compile to JavaScript even if there is errors. Okay. So this is what I wanted you to understand. So always understand, learning TypeScript alone will not help because TypeScript alone will not be executed anywhere in browser or Node.js. It has to be converted to JavaScript to be executed. So TypeScript is only for developer to make your development easier and faster. And TypeScript, by if you see the code, it will be similar to your Java code. So it will be helpful for the people who come from native languages. Okay, but it is only for development. This cannot be taken directly to production.
So how to ignore TS errors for a file or a single line? How can we do this? Okay.
The answer is very simple. You have to use for a file, you have to use entire file. You have to add at ts no check at the top of the file, or for a separate line at ts ignore for before that line. Okay, this will be very useful in cases where you cannot this should not be used mostly, but there will be certain cases in your project where you can't resolve that TS error. In those cases, you can use them at TS ignore, at TS no check. Okay, and using TS ignore will make the TypeScript to ignore the TypeScript check for that line. So try to use this very sparingly. Okay, it is said to be a bad practice to use TS ignore, but it can be used in places where you are not unable to resolve them. Okay, and the same with TS no check. Maybe for maybe debugging or testing. Maybe this is preventing the testing of some other file. You can use TS no check, but just for testing purpose. Okay, it should not be used. Maybe only for debugging. You can use this at TS no check, but it is good to know. Maybe we will see it in code. Maybe I have this AA100, and if I put, since it is a string, if I try to put a string there, it will throw error to me, right? It is throwing error that a number cannot be assigned to string, right? So we can ignore this error by saying at ts ignore, right? Other thing, maybe at maybe I will create many errors. Okay, maybe I will assign true here. Yeah, I will assign maybe a number, another number. Now we have so many errors. Just for debugging, this is preventing the testing of some other file. You can just add. So no need to add ts ignore in all the places. You add ts no check just in the top. It should be the first line. Okay, just add this. It will disable the ts check in this complete file. Okay, hope this is clear for you.
Yet another question in TypeScript. So it is a simple question. You know what is the interface. So what is meant by interface in TypeScript? To the interface, do we have something called interface in JavaScript? That's the question now. So interface, you know, it is a structure which acts as a contract. Once you implement the interface, you need to implement all the methods, properties which is set in the interface. So it gives a basic contract. Okay, let me see show you interface in JavaScript. So this is the interface, right? Sorry. So this is the interface, right? So I am created an interface ABC, which has two two variables. Okay, and you can also have objects, whatever you want. You can have it here. It can also be a function. Okay, okay. It can have a function. It may have it may also have another object. Okay, so you can also make it optional if you want by adding a question mark here. That is also possible. Okay, now if I'm creating an object of this type ABC, for that I have to put colon ABC. It means it should have A, B and C. It should have only B because other two are optional. So this is mandatory, but without this it will throw error. You see, it will throw error. Okay, because B is okay. So it is saying that BS is not available in ABC. Okay, so this is it, and you can also implement create a class which implements this interface. In that case, it should have A, B and C. If you don't, if you make this as not an optional, it will throw here saying that C is missing. So you can actually make it create the automatic code like this also. Okay. So in this case, it has created a function for you, right? It has not created a function, it has just created a variable. You can actually define it. Can be a function, just as a empty function. Void is not assignable. So this means this return void. So I have to make sure this function returns a void. That's what the error we were getting. So hope this is clear, right? Interface is nothing but a structure. It is just a contract. When we when we use the interface, you have to make sure all the properties or methods you have mentioned are defined in your class or object. Okay. Coming to the other point, whether this interface is available in JavaScript, whether you have something like an interface data type in JavaScript. No, it is not there. It is available only in TypeScript. You have to understand. I will show you. Okay, let me I have just gone to that path. If I do sample compile it to a JS file, you can see that the interface will be gone. So it is just for development. You have to understand interface. We don't have a similar thing in JavaScript. It is just for development. We have a error here. Okay. So once I compile to JS, maybe we will see it in JS whether that interface is there or not. Now the sample.js should be available here. So you check in the JS file, you will have nothing like an interface. So that the interface data type is only available in TS, so that it is only for a developer, so that you can actually define a contract for your class or object.
Not a very great question, but I keep getting these type of questions. Okay, is TypeScript single-threaded or multi-threaded? Is Angular single-threaded or multi-threaded? Is React single-threaded or multi-threaded? Vue single-threaded or multi-threaded? So you see, all these are built over JavaScript. Angular, React, Vue are all frameworks written over JavaScript. The core is always JavaScript. It is just written using JavaScript, right? So nothing changes here. Okay, even TypeScript, if you take it is just a superset of JavaScript built over JavaScript to make development of JavaScript easier. Okay, now in all these cases, not restricted to only these cases. Maybe maybe I know only three frameworks which is written in Java. So many frameworks are evolving in JavaScript. So all the frameworks written over JavaScript or which are going to come frameworks which are going to come over JavaScript written using JavaScript. The answer is it is all single threaded because JavaScript is single threaded. You have to understand. Okay, the core is always JavaScript. All these are frameworks written using JavaScript, or it is a language written over JavaScript. Okay, so the core is always JavaScript. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is single threaded. I already made a question on this whether JavaScript is single thread or multi-thread. I would recommend you to see that video. So don't hesitate, even hesitate when you get all these questions in your interview. It is all single threaded. Whatever frameworks written over JavaScript, because the core is always JavaScript, it is written using JavaScript, so it is going to be single threaded. Okay, so keep it in mind. Even TypeScript is single threaded because it is just a superset of JavaScript written over
JavaScript. Okay. Hope this you should never make a mistake in this question, right? Understand clearly. Okay. I will also add that question as a link to this question. Okay, so that you can see that why JavaScript is single threaded. A very interesting question. Okay, this question I had long back, but later only I came to understand. So I hope this question may be there in many people's mind. So I thought let me address that. So the question is simple. Okay, why we need callback and promises in JavaScript, but why not in other languages? That's question here. Other languages, I mean Java, C++, .NET, whatever. So, so the very important difference you need to understand is Java, C++, all those languages, it is capable of spawning another thread. So whenever they want to do a fetch call, what they will do, they will fetch another thread, do the call to the server, wait for it to come back, and then the whatever response they get, they will return to the main thread. But is this possible in JavaScript? No. As I maybe I had a question before. So in JavaScript, you have we have only a single thread. That is the main thread. So there is no way it is possible in the JavaScript to wait for this fetch call to the server to return. If you anyway going to wait till the response comes from the server, what will happen? Till that time it comes back, you will be blocking the thread. So for that time, the user can't use your web page because you have you are using the thread. So in JavaScript, the user does not have any thread to do anything on your web page. So it will be frozen, and you may have seen it will keep rotating, saying it is unresponsive. That's what will happen. So to avoid all these scenarios in JavaScript, we should never block the thread. And for all these activities, like which you don't know when it will return back, maybe like a fetch call to the server or set timeout, what you have to do, you have to move to the asynchronous way of handling. Asynchronous, I mean for activities for which you don't know when it will return back. For all these activities, you either need to move to callback or promise or observables. So callback first came, then more advanced is promise and more advanced is observables. Okay. Okay. Hope you are able to understand. Okay. Why it is very vital to in JavaScript. It is because the single threaded nature of JavaScript. Okay. Let me also try to make you understand with a simple example. Here I have set timeout, and whatever I have put marked in yellow is a callback, and I have given 3000 milliseconds of I want to print this hello after 3000 milliseconds. Just think for a second, is this possible without imagine I don't have callback or promises. Is this possible to print this hello after 3000 milliseconds using set timeout if you don't have callback or promises? Only way you can do it is make a set timeout call, wait for it to return back, right? But wait for it to return back, you will be blocking the thread, right? And then you will print hello, right? That's what we can do. So you will end up blocking the thread. So only we have to opt for callback or promises. So now let's understand the same thing with callbacks. Okay. Now we will understand how it actually happens. So in case of all this asynchronous handling, what we will do, whatever task we want to do afterwards, once the set timeout completes or fetch completes, we will wrap it in a function and give it to the asynchronous task itself.
Right now, set timeout is a asynchronous function, and set timeout is not a JavaScript function. It is a browser API function. It is different for different browser vendors. So we wrap that the console.hello what we want to print in a function and give it to set timeout. The browser API, what it will do once it will do its functionality, once the 3000 millisecond gets elapsed, what it can't execute that JavaScript function. Okay, it has to give it to the JavaScript engine to execute. So once the 3000 millisecond gets elapsed, it will take that function what we have given to it and put it into the JavaScript queue. Okay, and the JavaScript engine will take from the queue to the call stack. When the call stack is empty, that it means that it does not have any other synchronous task to complete. It will take one by one from the queue and execute in the call stack. Okay, so this is how it happens. This is how callback happens. So you can very well understand how we are able to do this without blocking the thread. We never block the thread in any point here. We just give whatever we want to do to the set timeout function, that is a browser API function itself. And once it has done the work, it will give that JavaScript function to the queue, and from the queue, the JavaScript function will be taken to the call stack and executed. The same thing works for promise also. In case of promise, what will happen is once the promise resolves, okay, sorry, it will put the JavaScript function, that is whatever we have put it inside promise.then, that function will be put into the queue, and in the similar way it will be taken from the queue and executed, taken from the queue and executed in the call stack. Okay, so hope you understood why it is very vital to use promise and callback in JavaScript, because without this we will be ending up with the user having a unresponsive screen. Okay, TypeScript is a transpiler or compiler? This is the question today. First, before understanding whether TypeScript is a transpiler compiler, let's first understand the difference between transpiler and compiler. What we call transpiler is which converts one programming language to another programming language. Okay, maybe C++ to C, which converts one source code to another source code, right? That's why it is called as source to source compiler or source to source translator. Okay, you understand? So which does not convert something to a machine readable code, but converts one language to another language. You understand? Maybe C++ to C, C++ to C, maybe. Okay, you understand? That is called as transpiler. The examples of transpiler is like Babel, which converts ES6 JavaScript to ES5 JavaScript, or TypeScript, which converts TypeScript code with static typing to JavaScript. So even TypeScript converts from ES6 to ES5 because it has its own TSC, that is a compiler. Okay, fine. You able to understand, right? And what is a compiler? Compiler is something which converts the source code to a machine readable code. That's what I have mentioned. It varies from transpiler based on the level of abstraction between the input and output language. Because compiler, what is termed as compiler is something which converts one language to a machine readable code, not yeah, another source code like C or JavaScript, nothing like that. ES5 JavaScript, nothing like that, which converts one source code into a machine readable code. Okay, The examples for it is Java compiler, which converts your Java code into a bytecode, right? Understand? This bytecode you cannot understand. Even if you open the bytecode, you will see some unknown language. You cannot understand anything. It can be understood only by the machines, right? So now let's try to understand, come to our main question. Since we understood the difference between transpiler and compiler, now let's understand whether TypeScript is a transpiler or compiler. So the TypeScript, what it does, it converts, okay, the TypeScript code with what we call with the .ts extension, which has all the static typing, right? Like let a of string equal to b initialize something. So all the typings are present there, right? So this TypeScript code, it converts to JavaScript code, right? So it actually converts from one source code to another source code. It rips off all the typing and converts to a JavaScript code. And it also does the, if you by using the TS config, the TypeScript config, you can also convert from a ES6 to ES3 or whatever, because in that you can specify to what version of TypeScript you JavaScript you have to convert. So it converts from TypeScript to JavaScript. TypeScript is also JavaScript only. It is just a superset of JavaScript with some typings, right? So it converts the TypeScript into JavaScript. Fine. So it is a transpiler. Okay. But there is little bit confusion here. If you see the name of the transpiler of TypeScript, it is called as TSC, that is TypeScript compiler. Okay, little bit confusion, and maybe the transpiler is also called as source to source compiler. This name is used vaguely. Okay, but if you see in the real sense, it is a transpiler. Okay, but some people call it as compiler, but yeah, it is a transpiler. Hope you understood. TypeScript, is it interpreted or compiled language? So I just wanted to share with you this question because many would be in the thought that JavaScript is a interpreted language, that is it executes line by line. In the same notion, you should not think TypeScript is also the same. It is a interpreted. That's why I thought I will share with you this question. TypeScript, is it a interpreted or compiled language? Okay. TypeScript, if you take, it is compiled. It is not interpreted as in the case of JavaScript. If you take JavaScript, right, you might have noticed whenever you do a error in any of your lines, right, only when that line executes, maybe take a if loop which never is true, those statements will never get executed, right? And only when it goes, it will execute. So it is a line by line execution. So there is many cases where you might miss this error. But if you take in the case of TypeScript, what happens is it compiles your entire TypeScript code into JavaScript. So it is adding a extra step to your coding, right? By means of adding an extra step, it is able to find the issues before it gets executed, before the JavaScript gets executed in the browser or in the node. So it finds the error in your code before this goes to the node or browser, because TypeScript actually compiles your code to JavaScript, right? So this compilation is called as source to source compilation, which is also called as translation. Don't confuse this with the previous question which we had. Okay, hope you understand, right? So
by means of this, this extra step, the compilation step, TypeScript is able to help you with the errors before it goes to the execution in the node or browser. Okay, this is such a vital thing which happened due to just because of TypeScript. Okay, and other big benefit what we got out of TypeScript is the IDE support. With the help of IDE, TypeScript with the help of IDE, it is able to give you the errors by the reason once you type itself, you are able to see the errors. This this is possible because of TypeScript. With the help of IDE, it is able to compile as you code. Not after you complete coding, but as you type itself, it is able to compile and show you the errors. Okay. By this way, it is comparable to Java, which transforms your Java code to compiles your code to bytecode, and bytecode gets executed. Here, in the case of TypeScript, it compiles the code to JavaScript, which gets executed in the browser or node. Hope this question is clear. This answer is clear for you. It is compiled. Okay. What type of compilation? It is source to source compilation. So it is also called as transpilation. Okay. It is transpiled. That's what we call it. So also just get out of this thing that if you get this question, never ever think for this. Okay. It is not interpreted in case of TypeScript. It is compiled. Okay. So the question is, what is a constructor in JavaScript? And does JavaScript has a constructor? This is the question, right? Before answer, just understanding the answer, I just want you to understand in Java or any native languages, what is a constructor? We have in most of the native languages, right? We have a class, right? So in the class, we have a constructor. This constructor is responsible for creating the object in the class, right? This is how we used to do it in Java, right? We have this is called as a constructor. The ABC will be called as a constructor, right? Because this is responsible for creating the object, right? And we put a new operator and ABC, and that creates an object out of this constructor, whatever you told. Maybe we say this dot A equal to 10, this dot B equal to 5. So these are all instance variables for that class, right? So this is about Java and other native language. In case of JavaScript, we don't have a class, right? Then why this constructor is required? And does it have a constructor in JavaScript? Yes, in JavaScript there is a constructor. So in case of JavaScript, you know what is an object in JavaScript? It is just key value pass. So that object can be also be created out of a function. That function is called as a constructor function in JavaScript. Any function which creates a object in JavaScript is called as a constructor function. So, and let me show you. Let me create a simple function here. Okay. So function. Okay. And inside the function, I will have two instance variables, right? A of 10, B of 20, something, right? Let us make it simple. And let me assign it to a variable. And this one point you have to remember in this case, right? Yes, a function which is used for creating an object, okay, we capitalize. This is a normal convention.
in JavaScript. The function which is used for creating an object, which is called as a constructor function, we capitalize. This is a normal convention. It is not like if you keep it as lowercase, will it fail? No, it is not functionality. It is just a convention to differentiate with normal functions. Okay. Now, how to create an object using this function? In JavaScript also, we have a new operator which we can use for creating an object. Okay. If you do it like this, it will return an object out of this function. Other thing you have to remember is whenever you create a new operator and call this function, this operator will be a empty object. I will also show you this. This operator will be a empty object. Okay. Okay. And whatever you do after this statement, it will be like adding the variables, adding a and b inside that empty object. So remember, whenever you call a function with new operator, that functions this will be a empty object, and over that empty object you can add whatever you want, add whatever variables you want. Okay, instance variables in this case. Okay, let me try to do this and show you. Okay, before doing that, I just want you to understand what is the difference between the object created normally we used to do and through a constructor function. Is there any difference? So let me I'm just creating an object here, object 1, and let me initialize it directly as a key value pass. Now let me create it using this function. Okay, let me have it as object 2, right? So you can see here this operator is a empty object. That's what it gets printed. Now let's try to print object 2. So what is the value? It is the same object. When you do it as key value pass directly, it just is another way of creating the same object. There is no difference between the object 1 you created directly using the flower braces and you created through a function. It gives the same, it is the same object. But now we are creating using a function which is called as a constructor function. Okay. And other one thing I want you to understand is likewise here, likewise in native languages, the constructor function can also have arguments like this. Okay, can also have arguments like this, and while calling that function with new ABC, you can pass the value to that argument. Okay, this will also work. Okay, I can show you this. Maybe object 3. Object 3, if you print, it will be the same thing. But now instead of having empty arguments, now I am passing two arguments, a comma b. Okay. Hope you understood this. So just be very clear, JavaScript has a constructor. Okay. In case of JavaScript, constructor is just a function which creates the object. Okay. It is a function which creates an object instead of native languages where we have this constructor function inside a class. In case of JavaScript, it is a simple function which is used for creating an object using that new operator. Okay, which is in JavaScript. So what is a higher order function? Okay, what is a higher order function, and give some examples. That's the question. So before understanding this question, I want you to understand what is a function in JavaScript. Function in a JavaScript, as I told you, other than primitives, all are objects in JavaScript. So function is also a object in JavaScript. Okay, if you take a function, let me put assign it. Okay, like fun equal to something function. Okay, now to prove that function is an object, okay, in JavaScript the function is called as function object. Okay, you can treat a function as an object. You can assign it to a variable, you can send it as a parameter to another function, return it as a return the function as well. That is also possible. That's why it is called as first class objects. That is also they call it as first class objects. To prove that function is an object, you see func is a function. If you want, you can also assign a variable to it. So this proves that this is an object because we can assign a variable. You can assign something to a object only. Okay, this proves that it is a function. It is an object. Okay, understand? This is proves that this is an object because you will see there is a function object in JavaScript. Okay, you can also do function.prototype as well. You have something called function.prototype as well in JavaScript. Okay, so hope you understood. Function is called as first class objects in JavaScript. It is also called as function objects. Okay, it is an object. So whatever you can do with the object, you can do it the same in JavaScript. You can assign it to a variable, send it as a parameter to another function, or return it as well. Okay. Now coming to the question. Okay. What is higher order function? Okay. The higher order function, if you take, it is nothing but a function that receives the function as an argument or returns a function as the output. Okay, you understand this definition? A higher order function is a function which receives function as an argument and or sends or returns the function as an output. Okay, so in simple terms you can say if I have a func1, okay, func1, okay, let me have a func2 which states in the argument. Okay, which takes some argument. Okay, func as a argument. Okay, and console log the func. Whatever you sent, it is going to print it out. So this func2 takes the function as an argument and tries to print the function. Okay, now sorry, I made a mistake. Mistake here. It is a function, right? Okay, now let me call the func2 with the argument as func1. Okay, now you can see it prints out the function. So now this function is called as higher order function because it takes function as an argument. You understand? Yeah, a higher order function you can also return the function. You can either it should take a function as argument or return a function. In either case it is called as higher order function. Okay, understood? Okay, so this is as simple as that. This is called as higher order function. So in JavaScript, every function is a higher order function because it is capable of taking function as argument and returning a function as a output. Okay. And the examples, what are the built-in higher order function? Okay. The built-in higher order function is, you would have heard of map, reduce and filter, which is available in array. All these are built-in higher order function because it takes in a function as an argument. Okay, the map actually takes in a function. Okay, function as an argument. Likewise, reduce also takes in a function as an argument. Filter also the same. Okay, So these are all built-in higher order functions. So let us see the question 24 of this series. So it is a very important question. Is there inheritance in JavaScript? So many think there is no inheritance, right? Because as we would have seen in classical is class inheriting another class, right? Class A you would have seen extends B, right? That's how a class inherits another class. But since there is no class in JavaScript, many think, right, there is no inheritance, right? How come the inheritance is possible? So there are so many of those questions prevail or have doubts, okay? But in JavaScript, if you take, there is no classical inheritance, okay? Since there is no class, there is no classical. A class never inherits from another class. But in case of JavaScript, it is completely different. It is a object inheriting from another object. It is going to be a prototypical inheritance, okay? Understand the difference? Understand the difference? It is prototypical. That is, object inheriting. I will stress on it more. Your object inheriting another object. Okay. So how come it is possible? How to make an object inherit from another object? Let me show you. Okay. Let us take a object 1, object 2, and we will see how a object 1 inherits from object 2, right? That's will be our aim, right? Let me I think I already did something. So let me take object 1. Okay, this is object 1, and let this be object 2. Okay, okay, this is object 2. Now I want the object 1 to access the properties in object 2. Okay, right now the object 1 can access only A and B, right? A and B, if I am correct, right? It cannot access C. I am not able to access also the C. But how to make it possible to access the object 2 values? It is only possible through inheritance. That is by setting up a prototype chain. So for that, what we have to do? We have to set the proto of object 1 as object 2, right? So to in the object 1, in the proto, I have set object 2. That is what I have done. In the prototype chain of object 1, I have added object 2. Okay. Now if you see, the object 1 will be able to access the value of C as well, because we have added the object 2 to its prototype chain. That is, we have added object 2 to its proto. Okay. What really JavaScript engine does is, first it will access its own properties, that is object 1 properties. Then it will look in the prototype chain of object 1, that is object 2. Okay, fine. Let me show it how we can do it. So this is the prototype chain. Right now what we have done, to object 1, right? We have to objects 1 proto, we have set object 2, right? Right. Now what the compiler will do, first it will check if you are trying to access a value of C, if it will check in object 1 whether the values are present. If it is not present, it will go to its proto. Right now we have set the proto to object 2, so it will check in object 2 value whether the whatever you ask for is present in object 2. If it is not there also, it will go to the proto of object 2. Okay. that is maybe object 3. Likewise, it will go till object.prototype, because every object inherits from object, and it will end with object.prototype. Understand? So this is called as the prototype chain. Okay. So if you want an object to inherit from some other object, what you have to do? You have to set the proto of that object pointing to the object you want to inherit from. Okay, and it will go on. And the object you inherited from to its proto, that also will be available to object 1. So right now object 1 will be able to access object 2, object 3, and so on. Okay, let me add object 3 also. Let object 3 equal to maybe d of 40, right? D of 40 I will set. Now I will add it to object 2. Okay, object 2's proto I am setting to object 3. So now I have set a prototype chain similar to this, right? So now the object 1 will be able to access the d value also, which is available in object 3, right? Because of the prototype chain. In its prototype chain, object 3 is present. Okay. Hope this is clear. Okay, hope this is clear. So we have seen 2 interview questions about inheritance and also about the prototype chain. Now we try to inherit a object from another object. We can likewise set the prototype to a constructor function also, because it will not make sense to add the prototype to a normal function. So let me add it to the constructor function. Okay, so let it be a function. I will set this dot a, this dot b 10, this dot b equal to 20. Okay, so since it is a constructor function, I have capitalized it. The first letter is capital. Okay, now for object we saw we are setting dot underscore proto. For functions, constructor function, what you have to do? We have to set it maybe I will create an object from which it has to inherit from. Okay, maybe c of 100. Okay, now for in case of functions, if you want to add inheritance, you have to do prototype. Okay, and you have to set to the object you want it to be inherited from. So now what is the use of adding like this, right? So whatever object you create out of the constructor function, that object's prototype will be set to object 4. You understand? Whatever objects we create out of ABCs, that prototype chain will be set to object 4. So that's what we can achieve from this. Okay, because constructor function is used for creating objects. If you want to set the proto for all the objects created out of this constructor function, you can do it in this way. If I create an object out of this constructor function, maybe name it let object 5. Okay, maybe. This is not defined. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. Here you can see I have made it. Okay, now I have to reinitialize ABC, right? So let me make it this. That's why I'm not able to call that. Okay, now I create a function object out of the function. Okay, Now if you see, the object files proto will be already set because we have set the prototype to the constructor function. So it will be already set to object 4. Okay. One second. Let me clear it. I'm not getting it. Let me do that again. So let us make it maybe we see this dot something. Let me set a prototype for this constructor function. Let me create an object. Let obj6 equal to c of 200. Okay. Now let me set the prototype object to this constructor function, and I will assign it to object6, right? Now I have assigned. Now let me create the object out of this constructor function and have it as constructor object. Okay. Now this constructor object will have its prototype set to this object6. Will have the its proto set to object6 because to the constructor function we have assigned the prototype already. So the any object which is created of the out of the constructor function will have its proto set accordingly. Okay. So now let's check the proto. Now you can see, right? The proto is set to object6. Now you can using this you can get the values of object6, that is C, right? Okay. Hope this is clear. Okay. When you assign the prototype to constructor function, what happens is the object which is created out of the constructor function will have its proto assigned already based on what you have set it in the prototype of the constructor function. Okay. So other thing I wanted to tell you is a number will inherit from its number dot prototype. Like similarly, string from string dot prototype, array from array dot prototype, and a object from object dot prototype. Okay. What I am trying to say is a number. Okay. Let me create a b equal to number of 5 maybe. This b, okay. You have seen many properties, right? Many methods. The properties comes from number dot prototype. Whatever you are seeing for number, it is coming from here. Likewise, string, any string object will have its methods from string dot prototype. Similarly for array, similarly for boolean as well. So string dot prototype. From this is where it gets the properties methods from. Okay. So string, if you see its prototype chain, it will be string dot prototype, and then object dot prototype. The object dot prototype will also have all the methods which are common for all the objects. Okay. So any object in JavaScript will have all these values because object is the last one, right?
So I'm very happy to share with you question 25 in this series. And today's question is something which I came to know only recently. Okay, maybe many people would have thought, may have wondered how it works, but
let us see today how it works actually. So in JavaScript in if condition, different data types work. You know that we already saw in one of the interview questions, means true, truthy value, zero means falsy value, and all those, right? How the JavaScript interprets one as true and zero as false. How this happens? Because you can inside the if condition you can put any data type. You can put an array, you can put an object, anything you can put, right? You can put a NaN or a null or undefined, anything you can put. But how JavaScript, because you know in a if condition only boolean will work, true or false only will work. How this value becomes converted to true or false, a boolean value, so that the JavaScript can execute the if condition statement. So we will see today. So we all know this, right? If of one means if of one means it is true, so it means true and it will execute whatever it is inside the inside the if condition. And likewise for array and empty array and empty object is all true. But if you have a empty string, it means false. So the whatever you have put inside the if condition will not execute. Likewise for 0 and NaN, null and undefined. So let us see how JavaScript evaluates this one as a boolean true, so that it is able to execute the statements available inside the if statement. Okay, so it is very simple. Okay, what really happens, it is very simple. So what it does is, okay, whatever you put inside the if statement, it tries to convert as boolean. If you put boolean of 1, if you give a value 1 inside if statement, it converts it into a boolean and it is true. So it executes that statement. Likewise for this empty object, true, empty empty object, okay, empty object, previously it was array, it is true. And if you put empty string, it will be false. So you need not by heart what will be the value for the statements or for the data types you give inside the if statement. You can very well do a boolean of that value to find out what will be the boolean value of the data type, the value you provide inside the if statement, right? Boolean of NaN is false. Okay. Likewise, boolean of null, undefined, and the boolean of 0, right? That is also false. So this only happens actually. This concept is called type cohesion. So the JavaScript converts into its boolean value. Whatever you value provide inside the if statement, it does a boolean type cohesion to a boolean value so that it can execute the condition. Okay, evaluate the condition.
So today we'll be seeing question 26 of this series, and today's question is, what is duck typing? Let me give you a context of this before jumping into the definition. Okay. Yeah. In case of languages like Java or C++, if you want to make an object look like a duck, right? That is, you want to substitute this object in place of duck so that you can call the methods of duck, like maybe a quack and walk. If you want to do it in that way, what you need to do is, only way you can do it is, you have to make the duck and the other object A maybe, implement the common interface, right? Common interface of duck and the other object, so that the compiler will allow you to call the quack and walk on your other object, because
both duck and your other object implement the same common interface which has the quack and walk, so it will allow you to execute the methods on the object. This is called as strongly type. You are more concerned about the type so that you can call the methods, right? Quack and walk. But in case of JavaScript, we don't have such a strong type. It is not such a strong type language. So in JavaScript, if you want to make a object look like a duck, it is enough that you have just the methods quack and walk in the object. That is enough. Okay, you need not have the same. It need not have the same type, or it need not inherit from the other object. Nothing like that. That is not needed. It is enough that it has the quack and walk object in it. Okay, so that is called duck typing. Okay, so let's move into the definition. So normally what they used to say is if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it is a duck. So what they mean is if it has a method of walk, if it has a method walk and quack of a duck, then it is a duck. Okay. So in case of duck typing, it is more concerned about what it can do and by not by what it is actually. Okay, it is more concerned about the methods and operations available in it rather than what class and what type it is. Okay, this is called duck typing, right? Hope this is clear for you all. Okay, let's see a simple example. So consider I have a duck object, I have walk quack in it. Okay, if I want to have some animal look like a duck, I just need to add these two methods, walk and quack in it. Okay. And if I have a check whether it is a duck object, it is a duck object because it has a walk. It has a walk of which is walk. I have a value assigned to it, let's, and it has a quack function. Then it is a duck. Okay. So obviously these two check will return as true. Now this has become the some animal has become a duck by just having the walk and quack methods in it. Walk property and quack methods in it. So that's how it is so simple. Okay, this is called as duck typing. Just by introducing the methods, you are making it look like a duck. Okay. In case of JavaScript, a very common example which is built in is the iterator. Okay, to make iterable object, to make any object as an iterable object in JavaScript, it is just enough to have the iterator key, iterator function available in your object. That is more than enough. If you have just that defined, okay, in your object, then this can be called as iterable object in JavaScript. Okay, we will see in detail maybe in the next question how we can make any object as a iterable object. Okay, but just for now you just understand it is a duck typed because just by having the iterable iterator or function implemented in your object, it becomes a iterable object. Iterable, it can be called as a iterable. But if you compare it with Java and C++, there you might have seen it has to implement a iterator interface. Then only it can be called as a iterable object. But in case of JavaScript, just by having that method iterable
iterator method in your object, it can be called as iterable object, and it can be used in the for loop as well. So let us see the question 27 of this series: how to make an object as iterable in JavaScript. Iterable, I mean, it can be used in a for loop to iterate through the values. Okay, that's what I mean iterable. So there are two conditions to it. So the iterable object should have the it should have the iterator key set. This is the first condition. Okay, the iterator key, you can get it through symbol.iterator. Okay, so with the introduction of symbol, you can get this unique value using symbol.iterator. Okay, and to this key, what you have to set is iterator object. Okay, the iterator object is so the iterator object is, through this object only, the for loop tries to retrieve the value one by one. So it provides a sequence, and I will show you a MDN. Okay, so the iterator object is nothing but a sequence, provides a sequence, and also it provides a way to find out whether it has terminated. So the iterator object it has to have a next method which the if loop will call each time to retrieve the value. So the next method should return two values. It should return an object with these two values, value and done. What is the value for that loop? And done is to signify the for loop whether it has some more values or not. So if it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the first will be value of 1 and done false. Then 2 false, 3 false, 4 false, 5 false, and at last once there is no more value, the value will be undefined and done will be true. Okay, you understand? So this iterator, by this means of this iterator, only the for loops is able to get the value sequentially one by one by calling the next method. Okay, and it also comes to know whether it has terminated by making use of this done thing. Okay, fine. So these are two conditions. Let's see example now. So here you can see very clearly, right? It has this is my object. I want to make it a iterable. So for that, I'm just setting this symbol.iterator to a function which returns. That's what I would have mentioned here, there. So this is first condition, and the second condition is the symbol.iterator should be assigned to a function which returns a iterator. Iterator we saw, right? What is iterator? So the condition is symbol.iterator should be set to a function which returns a iterator. Just understand that. Okay, function which returns a iterator. Okay, now this iteratable 3, you can see that we are trying to set this iterator to a function which returns a iterator. This is the iterator here. Okay, you can see here, this is the iterator. Okay, so the iterator, as I told you, should have a next method which the for loop calls each time, and it should be returning two values, value and done. So the condition is till the I reaches 5. Okay, we are sending the value of I and saying done false. Once it goes beyond 5, we are saying it has no more values by saying value undefined and done true. So once the for loop receives this value, it will stop the loop. You understand? Okay, just to make iterable, two conditions. The first one, setting the iterator to a function which returns a iterator object. Hope this is clear. Okay,
You can also do it more simply using a generator function. You can set the symbol.iterator to a generator function. Okay, the generator function, what it will do is, on calling the generator function, it will it will create a iterator out of it. That's the significance of a generator function. It will create a generator. It will create a iterator out of the generator function when it is called. Okay, this is the iterator function. So it is more simple. Okay, fine. So for generator, I will create a one separate video on this. So for now, understand that to the symbol.iterator, you can also assign a generator function with the star with it. And on calling the generator function, because on calling the generator function, it will be able to return a iterator, which will be used by the for loop to iterate through. Okay. The next is inbuilt iterables. So these are array, string, map, set are all inbuilt iterables in JavaScript. Because if you see in that prototype, you will be able to see the symbol.iterator set. Okay, which provides the iterable capabilities. Okay, I'll just show you in I'll show you here. If you see array dot prototype, you will be able to get the symbol.iterator. Okay, you can see it is already defined. Since this is defined, it is a iterable in JavaScript. Okay, likewise for string also. So if in any object, if you have this defined, it becomes a iterable automatically. String.iterator defined. Okay, likewise for set, map, everything is that.
So generally, what is a generator? Okay, you have to understand, if asked in interview, generator function is different, generator is different. So the generator function, okay, you put a star, okay, to denote it is a generator function. So the generator function, when called, returns a generator, which is a special type of iterator, which you can use in a for loop or for any iterative behavior. Okay, so over the iterator, actually, the next is called each time to retrieve the value. Okay, as in the case of iterator, we keep on calling next. In a for loop, this is what happens. It calls next, huh, till there is no value or done becomes true. So it follows the iterator protocol. Okay, because generator is a special type of iterator. Okay, so each time you call a next, yeah, the generator will execute the function till a yield. Okay, once yield is executed, it will pass the execution and return back whatever the value is being provided in the yield. Okay, so this happens till there is no yield in that generator function. Yes, right. So we will quickly see example for you to understand what I am trying to say. Okay. So let me first create a generator function. Okay. How to create a generator function is simple. So it is a gen function. Okay. Generator function is different. Kindly understand, generator function is different. Generator is different. Generator is iterator. Okay. So now I am creating a generator function. So I need to denote it as a generator function. I have to put star after it, and I have to run it, right? So in this generator function, I want to just give out three values. Okay, 1,
2 and 3. Okay, just I'm want to give 3 values. I will just put a console log, okay, so that you understand better. Yield 1. So the similarly I will put for before all that. Okay, yield 2 and yield 3. Okay, so if you execute this gen function, right? If I execute this gen function, if I execute this generator function, what I get it back is a iterator. Okay, iterator or generator. Generator, it gives back to a generator which is a special type of iterator. Okay, over this you can call the next function. What happens in your for loop to retrieve the value from that generator. Okay, generator. I'll put gen. Okay. Okay, I will say it as generator. Okay, I will do a console log here. Let's see what is there in that. Okay, let's run it and see what happens. Mm, it is saying genfunc is not defined. Maybe I named it wrongly, sorry. Okay, now let's execute it. So you can see it is a generator. The value present in this is a generator, which is a special type of iterator. Okay, just understand difference. Generator function, when you call it, gives a generator which is iterator. You can use it. Maybe I will just show you. Let me do a next of it. This is what happens with a for loop. Okay, dot next, and I will put a console log here. Okay, maybe I will say first value. Okay, let me try to run it now. See, first value came as 1 because we have yielded 1, and it also print this is going to yield. So when you do a next in a generator, what happens is it will execute all the statement till that yield statement. Okay, and it will return the value. Okay, whatever you yielded, that will be returned as value, and it will execute all the statement till the yield. Understand, yield is something which will pass the execution and give back the control. Okay, if I do it again, right, what happens, you see, if I this is second value, so it will since it passed here, it will also execute this one and give you value 2. Okay, let us also do third value. Okay, if you execute this one, you see what happens. See, all the value came now going to yield. So when you do a next, wherever it passed the execution, it will restart here and it will execute till the next yield, and it will return whatever in the value is yielded, that will be returned in value. Okay,
So that's what is here. Okay, if you see here, if you do again, right, what will happen is value will become undefined and done will become true. Okay, this is the same thing which happens. Okay, generator actually follows the iteration protocol. So what it will do, done will become true and value will become undefined. If you see the fourth value, see, done true, and so it will not be further yield on this. Okay, so by this only the for loop understands that is there is no more value in this. Okay, so one thing you have to understand, once the gen function is completed, you can't use the generator. You have to recreate the generator again from the generator function. Okay, let me okay, what I will do, I will comment it and let me use this in a for loop. Let I in generator. You can't use a generator directly, generator function directly. You have to take the generator out of the generator function to use in any iteration, like for loop or maybe you are spreading whatever you're doing. You have to do it only after this. Okay, now this also you will try to execute. We'll see 1, 2, 3 should be executing for us, right? Mhm. And so you can see it here. So when you use a for loop, it is able to print 1, 2, and 3. Okay. The first return will be, it is like a return generate yield is like a return statement of generator. So but normally once it return, you can't go back to the function, but yield, it will just pass the execution, return back. Next, when you call the next, it will again resume the execution and give back till the next yield. Okay, you can see it here. You can also use it in a maybe like this, like in a spreading operator as well. Okay, okay, okay. You can see that 1, 2, and 3 got printed because uh, this is been written. When you do like this, it will call the next in, i- inside it will call the next so that it is able to get you the value. Okay, so this is about yield. Okay, generator function. So the one thing you need to understand is generator function is different, generator is different. Generator function once called gives you the generator, which is a iterator, which can be directly used in any iteration operation. And how the iteration happens is by calling the next. Once you give the next, it will give the value in the yield. Okay, it will execute till the yield and pass the execution, give back. When another next is called, it will resume the execution and execute till the next yield. Okay, and give you the value which is provided in the yield. Okay, so this is a simple example, and also understand generator function is denoted by giving a star. Then if you don't specify the star, it is not a generator function. The step. So let us see question 28 of this series. So what is self-invoking function in JavaScript? That is the question today. Self-invoking function or immediately invoke function expression in JavaScript. So you might have come across many scenarios, right? You want to do some operations in isolation, but you don't want those variables to affect the global scope.
Maybe in the global you might have the same name, or it may there will be a collision if it is used. Maybe this should be you want to do certain operations or initializations variables in isolation. It should not collide with global scope. In those cases, these are very useful, and this is used for mainly for doing initialization. Once you do it, you forget about it. In those cases. So this is the syntax of it. Okay. So you have maybe put the braces function. Okay. And you immediately invoke the function. Okay. You immediately invoke the function. Okay. You immediately invoke the function. Okay. So these functions are anonymous functions. Okay. And you immediately invoke. Okay. You don't have any reference to this function, maybe afterwards. Maybe once this is initialized, you don't have the reference. You don't have the reference to any variables inside that, because you see the JavaScript is a function scope, right? So whatever you do it inside this function will not be available outside. Okay, that's why I'm saying all happens in isolation. So whatever you do it inside this will not be available outside, because JavaScript is a function scope. So if you have a var foo here, foo will be undefined outside, because whatever you do inside will not be available outside. So you don't have a scenario of it colliding with the global scope. If you have the var foo outside, it will collide with the, if already the global scope is available, foo is available, it will try to replace that. So it will have a collision. But in this case, it has a separate, what to say, all this happens in a separate isolation. Okay, for those scenarios you can use these, and it is mainly used for initialization.
Uh, so other thing is, if you want to pass in some value, that is also possible by using by giving values in the parameters, right? If you want to pass in a value in this outer context str, maybe some string, maybe str itself. If you want to pass this value inside this isolated function, self-import function, you can do that as well. Maybe you have a str value here. This will be passed in. When you call this function, this value will be passed in this isolated function. That is also possible. If you do a console log of str, you will get the value here.
So let's see the question 29. The question is how to make instance variables of public and private in JavaScript. This could be easily done in classical languages like Java and C++. You would have just put public A, private A, and this will happen. But is it possible in JavaScript? Yes, it is possible. We don't have such explicit names, but you can do it easily. Okay. So, let us first, I will just go to JSFiddle. So I have a book function. Okay. It has two variables, name and cost. And name I'm trying to set with set name and get name. And this is a constructor function. As you can see, it is a constructor function. Using this constructor function, I'm creating a book object. From the constructor function, I'm passing the name and cost. Okay. So how to make something as private and public? Public, you can do it easily, right? You can just add this dot. Whatever you added to this, okay, you know how constructor function works. Whenever you add a new before the constructor function, this will be initialized with the empty object, okay? And to the this, whatever you add, okay, whatever you add gets returned back to book object, right? Correct? So obviously, if you have cost, set name, and get name added to this, it will be returned to book object. So book object will be able to access all the three values, right? But how to make it private? Private is also very simple. So inside the function, if you put var name, okay, var name. So this name, okay, cannot be got by book object because it is not this object, the name is not returned in this object. So name will not be accessible by book object. The name can be accessed by only the functions and variables inside this function, right? Because it belongs to a function scope, correct? So whatever exists within this function can only access the name, and we can get the name only by, here we are trying to get the name by we are first setting the names using set name, and using the get name we are trying to get the name, right? There is one small great concept here. So while discussing closure, I would have told you why with closure only you can achieve private. So in this case, this is a great example of closure. You see the set name, get name is all returned to the book object, is all returned. It is all uh, returned to the book object. But when you try to access this get name, it is able to get the name from the scope, because as per the definition of closure, it has access to the scope in which it was created. Closure definition is, even though it is returned, it has the access to the scope in which it was created. So the get name, set name, even though they are returned, it is able to access the scope, the name which is available in the scope. Okay, so now through with the help of closure, we are able to achieve the private in JavaScript. I will just put this in here, okay, so that you can see it clearly. So now I have accessed. You can now very well see the book object will be able to access only the public variable cost, get name, and set name. It will not be able to access the name, correct? Because it is private. It is not returned to the book object. That object is not returned to the book object. But name you can't access. But only through get name you will be able to access the name. Okay, get name you will be able to access the name through the concept of closure, because the get name is returned to book object. Even though it is returned, it is able to access the scope in which the name is created. Okay, hope this is clear. But you can access the book object dot cost is possible because it is a public variable. Public cost is public. Okay, hope this is clear. If you go to TypeScript and all, this can be easily achieved. You could you can easily put private name, public cost. That is easily done. But this is all syntactic sugar. But under the hood, if you see the transpile code, this is how it will get transpiled to. This is how this is working in JavaScript. It gets transpiled to this code actually. Okay, hope this was useful for you all. So the question today is how to create static in JavaScript. Static, static variables or functions belongs to the class instance, not the instance. Okay, it belongs to the class. So it has only a single copy. There is always a single copy of static variables or functions. Immaterial of how many instances you create, all the instances share this single copy. Okay, so this is what static is. You might have seen this static keyword in many classical language like Java and all, but in JavaScript there is no static keyword. Okay. In TypeScript you might have seen this static keyword, but if you see under the hood, this is how it is implemented. If you transpile your TypeScript code, you will see static is implemented. There is no particular static keyword. It is you have to the static functionality has to be implemented in JavaScript. So today we will see how it can be implemented in the static functionality can be implemented in JavaScript. So here, so to create a static functionality, what you have to do, there are two ways you can create a static, private static, that is which is available to only the constructor function. Okay. Other is publicly available static variable. So first we'll see private static variable, that is which is available only to the constructor. So here I have created a constructor. Okay. I've created a constructor. So normally the constructor function we will be having it, we will say let book equal to function. So for creating static, what you have to do, you have to return the constructor function inside a self-invoking function. You can see it here. It is a self-invoking function, right? This is a self-invoking function which calls immediately. Okay. And you have to whatever static variables you need, you need to initialize it inside the self-invoking function. Okay. And then you can have the return the constructor function. So what happens is the constructor these variables, okay, are available via closure to this function, constructor function. So they become static. Okay, you understand? Because this constructor function is in the same closure of this self-invoking function. By means of closure, this whatever the constructor function gets access to these variables. Okay, correct? Because closure, you have access to the scope where it was created, even though it is returned, right? So if you understand it here, this count and get count, where this same copy will be available to how many ever constructor objects you create out of this constructor function. So even if you create 2 or 3 or how much ever, this count, the same count, the same copy of the count will be available to all the objects created out of this constructor function, right? That's why if you see here, I would have used the static variable let count equal to 0 to find out how many instances was created out of this constructor function, correct? You understand? So you understand the static is nothing but the same copy is being shared by the all the instances which is created. You can see it here that all the instances share the same count and get count. This is a static variable, this is a static function. So let us see it. Okay, let me show it. Okay, we comment it for time being. Okay, so here have the same thing. Okay, so let me create the object. Okay, now the count should be 1. If you see the print of this count should be 1 because we are creating one instance. So if I run it, it will be showing 1 here, right? Number of objects 1 and number of get count also gives the count, right? Even if I create many objects, it will just increment the count because all the instances, all the objects share the same count variable, right? I create 4. Now for each object it should get incremented the count value. You can understand here if all create the same count, it will be always 1 1 1. But that will not be case here, because all objects share the same copy of count, so it will just increment. Okay, you can see it here, you can see it here, it is 1 2 3 and 4. Oh, okay, hope this is understandable. Other thing you need to understand is you can't publicly access this static variable count. You can't publicly access. If you do that, it will be undefined here in this first case, and second case it will throw error. It will say that get count is not available. Okay, maybe I will put a console log here. If I run it here, you can see it will be undefined, and here it will throw a error that it is not a function. So the if you create a static variable like this, it is not publicly accessible outside using the constructor variable, the variable where we have the constructor function. Using that you cannot access. Now let us move to the next way of creating static variables, publicly accessible static variables. To create publicly accessible static variables, to the constructor function you just add the static variable or static function. If you add it, you can directly access it using the constructor function directly. Okay, as you can see it here, you can directly access it. Okay, I will also show you this one for you, right? Maybe I will uncomment this. So if you directly access it, okay, put it directly, you will be able to directly access it. You can see book.title test name, and this also you can see this. Book.getTitle should also give you the title. Let's maybe I will comment these all. Now you should see this. Okay, you can see title test name, title QQ test name. So the public static variables can be accessed directly using the constructor function. Okay, like this. Okay, so these are the two ways you can create a static functionality in JavaScript.
Question 22 of this series. What is a pure function in JavaScript? Okay, pure function is something which follows two rules. Okay, the first rule being the same input should give same output. You know, a function takes in arguments, right? So when I pass in the same argument, it should be the same output. It should not differ based on a external entities, like it may be database or API call. Nothing should be there. Okay, or a global variable changes outside, it should not change it inside. So the same input should give same output. Okay, it should depend only on the input. The output should depend only on the input, nothing else. Other thing is it should not have side effect. Because of executing a pure function, nothing should change outside. Okay, maybe it should not change the object which is passed inside the pure function, because if you change the value inside the object inside, it will reflect outside, right? Pass in the change the object which was passed in inside the function. If you change a value in your object, it will affect it outside. It is because of object by reference. So nothing should, it should never change, it should not have any side effect. Because of executing this, nothing should change outside the function. Okay, no global variable should be changed, or for instance no object should be changed, whatever is present outside. So that's what, these are the two important rules. If a function follows these two rules, then only it is called a pure function. That is, I will reiterate, same input should always return a same output, and it should not have any side effect. It should not have any effect on the external state of anything outside the function, nothing should get changed because of executing this function. Okay, this is an example of a pure function. You can see see it here. We have a we have two variables, and the return is based on just the two inputs. Okay, this is called a pure function. Okay, and the thing should be the output should depend only on the input, not based on any external variable, global variable, or external API or a database connection, nothing. Okay, fine. Then we will see the benefits of using a pure function is it is the foundation of functional programming. Okay, your function becomes completely independent of outside state. Okay, your function in whatever state it is not dependent on output any outside state, so you can plug it in anywhere. That's one of the great benefit. And it is immune to shared mutable state. That is any change in the global will not affect this value. Any change in the shared state, maybe some state change, something changes in the database, nothing shared data, any changes, it is not immune to it because it is based only on the input. Okay, nothing shared, if it changes it will not change it, it is immune to all that, right? And it is extremely independent, and you can easily move it anywhere you want. Okay, and it is easy to test. Okay, and other it is a great candidate for parallel processing because you understand the scenario, right? Pure function can be it is a great candidate for parallel processing because it is not dependent on any outside state. So any CPU, any processor can process your function. Okay, and in entire distributed computing clusters also it can be used. This is the main reason why it is being used in scientific and resource intensive computer tasks. Okay, even in AI, all the upcoming technologies, functional pure function are being used. Okay, example of pure function is string length, power, and square root. Okay, these mathematical functions are all example because it all depends on the variable with which it is being called. Okay, it is not depend on any outside state. Okay, but printf random time is all impure functions because the value will keep on if you take random for instance, it gives different values at different times. You can't say this will be the output for this random function because it work is to do give a random value. Even the gives time keeps on changing, so it gives a different time as output. Even printf is considered as an impure function because it depends. Okay, maybe printf may be configured to print it to the console or to the file IO. So even in that case, the it is dependent on some configuration, right? So it is also considered as impure function. Hope this is clear. Thank you guys. JavaScript. So today's question is JavaScript a functional programming language? Okay, this is the question. So what is first, let us understand what is a functional programming language. Functional programming language is a programming paradigm, that is pattern where we mostly construct and structure your code using functions. So we don't use classes. Okay, we construct and structure your code mostly using functions. That too pure functions. Okay, which takes in which the output is based only on the input, and those functions does not have any side effects like it does not change any external state. Okay, okay, So you have to understand it is not just functions, it is pure functions. And in this pattern, in this programming paradigm, we mostly construct and structure your code using functions, only functions, okay, and not using classes, okay. Okay, this is the main thing you have to understand. And function programming is based on mathematical functions, because all these mathematical functions are pure functions where the input depends only on the output and it does not change anything on the outside. Okay, on the external, maybe it may be a global variable or a database state, nothing it changes. It just based on the input it gives a output, okay. So these functional programming is mainly used for AI and all those uh, coming up technologies, okay. So Haskell is a pure language which has only this uh, pure functions, where it is designed only with pure functions. Python also supports this functional programming, okay. That's why it is being used in AI and machine learning, okay. Now if we take in case of JavaScript, it supports functional programming, but it is not a purely functional programming. We can't say it is a pure functional programming. It supports, like Python, it also supports functional programming. You can write using pure functions, okay. But JavaScript, if you take, it is a paradigm language. It is both object oriented and functional programming, okay. It is not a pure functional programming like in the case of Haskell, okay. It is a paradigm language. This is what you should say if asked in an interview.
What is the difference between an arrow function and normal function? Okay, normal function, it is a whole function. Okay, arrow function is something which came up with ES6. Okay, it is like this. Okay, normal function is this is the normal function, right? This is a normal function. Arrow function is something like this, right? This is a arrow function, and this is a normal function, right? Normal function, right? Right. So let us see the difference. Okay. Uh, if you take arrow function is more concise, right? As you can see, it is more concise, and here we have to write the function keyword. So normally this will have more benefits, the arrow function, since it came newly, right? So they tried to bring this syntax to overcome certain issues in the case of normal function. Okay, normally this will have more benefits. Let us see the differences. Okay, so let me so in all these 5 cases there are differences between this normal function, arrow function, the most important being the this value. Okay, okay, if you take the this value, right, this value, no, normally in JavaScript, this value depends on how it is being called. That is on the left hand, whatever is that, it will depend on that, right? Let me take this. Okay, I already, maybe I will delete it, print it again. Okay, the same. Okay, here if you see, I have a my object. Inside that I have a method. Inside the method, it will be a callback, right? I have a callback function, and I'm calling that callback inside set timeout. And once I call this my method, it should call this callback. As you know, with the normal this, right, this callback, what will be the value of this here? Value of this will be
how this set timeout is called. Since set timeout is a window function and the left hand thing is empty, it will be, this will point to window object as I have put here, and this inside the my method will be my object, since the my method is called with the left hand operator, left hand thing being my object, right? So you will be seeing my object and then window object, right? Right, you are seeing object, this is the print of this object, and the second one is the window, this is inside the callback. If we want, okay, maybe if I want, maybe I'll copy it here to JS Fiddle. If I want this to point to the surrounding context instead of the window context, what I have to do? I have to call this bind this, right? In normal, this is a normal function, right? I'm not used to arrow function. If I do like this, then this will point to the object, the my object. Since I'm binding this, okay, if I run this, object, just put like this so that I will clear the console and run it. Oh. So you can see the object22 points to the object, this object, right? This is the context of it, right? This is how yeah, normal function works. But in case of arrow function, do we need all this? Do we need the bind? I'll just show you. Okay, let's see a arrow function. Okay. Mhm. Maybe, okay. In case of arrow function, I will just convert this as a arrow function now. Okay. If I convert this as an arrow function, okay, okay, you don't need this, because the main difference with the arrow function is, okay, it does not create a context of its own. It just states, it does not create the execution context. As we have seen in function, it creates execution context for a function, but in case of arrow function, it does not create a execution context of its own, but it will take the context of the surrounding, whatever where it is placed, that context only it will take. So this is all not needed if you change it to arrow function, right? So now if you see the value, right, I will just clear the console, maybe make it big so that you are able to see it. So now that this value will be pointing to my object, since the arrow function does not create the context of its own, and it will share the context of its surrounding function where it is placed. Okay, so it will share the context of the my method, which has this pointing to my object. Okay, if I run this, you will see. So you can see the object22, we are able to see this my object context without the need for bind. Okay, so in case of arrow function, you don't need bind, call and apply, because normally it will take the context of the surrounding function. Okay, this is the main difference. Okay, let me see the next difference. Okay, other difference is constructor. Okay, in case of constructor, okay, we have to go for normal function only. If you want plan to use the function as a constructor, then you have to use it with normal function only. If you try to use a arrow function in place of constructor, you will get a error that car is a constructor, it's not a you will get an error that maybe that vehicle is not a constructor, right? So always understand, for using a function as a constructor, you have to go only for normal function. You should not go for arrow function because you will get a error. Okay, as you can see here, you will get a error like this, right? Vehicle is not a constructor. Okay, this is one of the what you say drawbacks of using arrow function. Okay, and other differences, arguments. Okay, normally in normal function you have a thing called arguments, right? If I go to JS Fiddle, in case of normal function, you can print the arguments whatever you send to a function, normal function. You can print the arguments, but I have not put anything here. But you can print the arguments, right? If you try to print it, you will see the arguments. But this will not be available in case of arrow function. Maybe I will convert the same as arrow function. Okay. So just make it, you make it the same. ABC. Okay. If you put ABC, AB, you will see this arguments will be empty now. Okay. We can comment this for time being. Okay. And if we run this, see now we are getting error that arguments is not defined, because in arrow function that arguments will not be defined. If you want to take the arguments, you have to do something like this, args. Okay, you have to use var args and then you have to print the arguments. Okay, this is also been removed in case of, you can see it here, right? This is also been removed in case of arrow function, right? Okay, the next difference being the implicit return. Okay, in case of normal function, we don't have a way to define the function like this, correct? You can't define a function like this. You can define the, if you define it like this, it will do a implicit return. Okay, I can show you this. I will just copy it. Okay, I'll just copy it here. Okay, this is an empty function, right? If you even you have something 42 here, if you don't return 42, it will not be returned from the empty function. So there is no implicit return. Whatever you return only will come back when you call that function. If you run this function, right, it will be undefined only. Okay, it will not print anything. Okay, but in case of arrow function, okay, we'll comment this. Okay, in case of arrow function, what you can do, you can write the function like this also in a single line. Okay, this is not possible in case of normal function. Okay, can just say 42 or 1 plus 1. Okay, let my empty function be something like this, and you can call this function. Maybe I'll do a console log. See, you can see it returns 2. This way you can write without any braces also in case of arrow function, but this can't be done with the case of normal function. Without braces, not possible. And you need not also return. There's an implicit return in this case. Okay. Even if you return 42 here, just put 42 here, there will be an implicit return in case of arrow function. Okay. You can see it here, right? But this is not the case. We don't have an implicit return and you cannot write it this way. Next is in case of methods. What is the difference? Let us see what is the difference in case of methods. Let me copy it to JS Fiddle so that I can explain you the differences. So, okay, we have it something here. Let me clear it and we will try it now. Okay. So here we have a hero class which has a constructor and log name. Okay. I am creating an object out of this hero class, and from the Batman, I'm trying to print in the Batman object using setTimeout. I'm trying to call this log name. And what will be the value for this here? Will it be what will be in this case? What will be the value of this? Since it is called out of setTimeout, this will point to window object. Since setTimeout is called is a window function and the left hand is empty. The whatever you in the left hand is empty, it means like this only. Okay, even if you don't write it, it has a implicit windows. So that this in case of a normal function will point to a windows object. Okay. Now, since from a window object you are trying to call hero name, it will be undefined because window will not have anything, right? So if I clear the console and if I run it, it will be undefined. If you want to fix this, what you have to do? You have to put bind Batman. If I want to do it, you are trying to change the context now, right? Now, if you do, you will get Batman. But now let's understand in case of arrow function. This is how it works in case of normal function. In case of you change this into a arrow function, okay, I'm just changing it to arrow function. You don't need all this bind because the arrow function, as I told you, will not create the context of its own. It will share the context of this surrounding context. So it will use the context of the surrounding this. So you will automatically get the hero name out of it will take the context of the object. Okay, you will get it directly with no need to do this bind and all. You see now, you will get Batman. So this is one of the major differences. You will feel it in case of this. Okay, because uh, try to understand the arrow function does not create the context of its own. It will share the context. It will share the surrounding context only. Okay, hope this is clear. Hope you are able to understand all the differences whatever we pointed out, right? All the 5 differences. Hope you understood. Thank you, guys.
So let's see question 35 of this series. What is encapsulation in JavaScript? First, let's understand encapsulation, then we will understand in terms of JavaScript. Okay. Encapsulation, it is like what it means is information hiding. That is, you do not want to show certain information which is not needed by the user, or which you do not, those may be a secure information which you do not want to show to the user. You want to show to the user only the information needed by him, okay, but hide all the other information. And this by default gives an integrity of, so you are able to protect the internal data by means of encapsulation. We normally implement encapsulation by having exposing public methods, that is called as accessor and mutator methods, to set and retrieve the internal values that will be mostly private, and we use public methods which only will be having access to this private variables. Okay. So what benefit we get out of it is, maybe you have a student class, student object. You are trying, the internal data is name. Okay. When I set name, I want to protect that the person, the user, the someone accessing the student object, don't give the names with numbers. Okay. So since you have it is, they can't set it directly. Student or name equal to name. We give public methods, access our unmutated methods like set name. We will be able to shield that data. If they give numbers in the name, we can actually return error to them saying that numbers are not allowed in the name. So we are able to protect the internal data. Okay. So it gets shielded. That's what I mentioned. Internal details are shielded when you from the users of the object. And we are also able to change the data structures because this data structures, internal data structures are not exposed to them. We are free to change them because we just exposed the public methods to them, right? And it avoids namespace collision because the class, okay, the class has its own scope. It is not exposed. The outer scope does not change the internal scope. So there is no way there is a namespace collision, right? So it is shielded from the outer scope. When you do encapsulation, it is within a separate scope. Maybe you will be able to understand with the example next. And you know the consequences the code change may have. Maybe instance if someone changes the global variable outside, you don't, if you have used the same thing inside, the code may break. But this is not the case when you use encapsulation because it is completely shielded from the outer scope, right? So even if someone tries to give a special variable in the name and tries to set it, you know what will happen in your code because you have shielded that, right? Special variables you are not allowing, you will be throwing error. But in case when you don't use access and mutator and allow him to directly set the internal data, you don't know what will happen in your code, right? Correct? Because right now we have shielded, we know the code consequence which will happen. We will throw error. If they are given some special names in the name, we will be throwing error. So we know the code consequences any change could have. Now coming to JavaScript. In JavaScript, how to implement private and public? It is using closures. Okay. Only through closures we can implement encapsulation in JavaScript. You can see it here. Closure means access to the scope in which it was created, even though it is returned. Even though this object is returned, it will be having the access to these private variables. So you can see it here. When the name has something numbers, we are just throwing the invalid name and we are not setting the name. So this is way we are shielding the private variable, the name. So this is how we do the closures. Closures, I have a separate question. We have handled it in a separate question. Please see through that. I will add it also in the description. So in the return, we are only exposing the public public variables, set name and get name, but name and expression is shielded from outside. The person who uses student cannot access set name, cannot access directly name and exp because it is shielded. Only set name and get name can access this private variable name. So you can understand we have shielded the name from the outside user. It can be accessed only by set name and get name, and in set name also we can shield it. We can make it to set the name only when it conforms to certain rules set by us, only if it has letters not numbers as said here. Okay, so this is how why encapsulation very important. Okay. Hope you could understand. Thank you guys. Thank you.
So why do we need modules in JavaScript? It is a very simple question. If you see in olden days, there was not much JavaScript files, and we were able to we used JavaScript only for validation, and we were able to put all the JavaScript in a single file. Okay, and we there was no need to uh, import the common functionality from some other file, because there was only a single file available, so no need to do import and organize your code into organize the code based on functionality. There was no need for that. But now, with JavaScript becoming so massive, okay, and we have so many number of files, there is a great need to organize the files. Okay, organize based on functionality, and to obtain reusability, we need to import. Maybe we will have the functionality in one single module, and we wanted that functionality to be shared across different modules. So we needed all this modules required in JavaScript, so that we will be able to write that in a single module and import that functionality in all the other modules. So instead of copying that code to every other files, so for reusability mainly, okay, for organizing, and to break up the large program so that it is easily understandable, and also there was a need for encapsulation. That is, we want to show only certain information to the user. We don't want to put everything in the global variable. Instead, we want to put only we wanted to abstract and show only the necessary information to the user. So by means of module system, we are able to achieve modules were able to create their own scope rather than interfering with the global scope. So we were able to achieve the encapsulation, and we exported from the module whatever is only required. So by means of module system, we also got the public and private scope, and we are also able to create a namespace. Okay, create our own scope. So this is the primary reason why we needed modules in JavaScript. Okay, hope this is clear. So the main reason is the code becoming very massive, and the need for to implement reusability, we wanted to share the code. For sharing the code, we wanted the module system in JavaScript. So what is the use of type module in script tag? Everyone knows about script tag, right? What is script tag? The script tag you would have seen in HTML page, right? Where we used to write the JavaScript elements, right? We actually embed the JavaScript elements inside the script tag, right? So normally we can also source a external JS file also here, or we can write it here, right? Something .js, or we can also write it inside the script. Okay, so this type module is an attribute of a script element which says that what you are going to write is a module. When you say it is a type module here, it means that whatever the script it is going to encounter, it is a module. So this is not available in old browsers. Only new ES5 browsers will have this. Okay, so since it is a module, you are allowed to import other files. You can use the import keyword, and all those can be used because it is a module. So this type module tells the browser that whatever you are going to write inside, or whatever you are going to source, is a module. So you can use import, export, and all those, since it is a module. Since it is a module, it also has other benefits, like it creates its own scope, and it is using the strict. By default, the module will use strict. Okay,
and all these, and this will be undefined. So it has some benefits for modules. Okay, maybe that we will see it in a later question. So the question here is, what is type module? Type module says that it is a module. Whatever the browser is going to encounter is a browser encounter. Maybe many would have seen this error, right? The import, if you use it directly, you would see that it will throw error, right? Maybe I will say import something. It will show that import is not possible because this is not a module. Okay, but these all are possible if you tell to the browser it is a module, because normally in a script you can't use all this, right? You can't export, import and all that is not possible in a script, but it is all possible in a module. Okay,
Is modules natively supported in JavaScript? Whether modules are natively supported, the answer is no. Till 2015, you would have heard of many module systems like CommonJs, AMD. Those all are not natively supported. At least in the browser level, it is not. Maybe in Node.js, CommonJs, it is natively supported. But in the browser, no modules are natively supported till 2015. Only after 2015, this ES6 module system is natively supported. Okay, that's why in old browsers you will not have the support for modules, because only after 2015 you would have seen the script has an attribute called type module, which by means of which you can import a module inside the browser. In the browser, JavaScript modules can be loaded only after 2015, because after which ES6 module system got natively supported in browser. That's why in IE and all you will not see module systems. You understand? So only after 2015 in browser ES6 module system got supported. Okay, by means of which you can do import and export of different module systems. What is no module in JavaScript? So this no module you would have seen here, right? In the script, there is a attribute added called no module. What is significance of that is because the modules is not supported in all browsers. Modules are supported only in the new browsers which support ES6, ES5 module, ES6 module systems. So this no module signifies to the new browsers which support a module that it should not load this element. Okay, it should not source this JS file, and this is only for older browsers which does not support module system. So it is like a backup for older systems which does not support module system to source that, because type module cannot be recognized by the older systems, right? Older browsers which do not support modules. So for that, for those browsers can make use of this script. Okay, and the type module will be ignored by the older systems, and no module will be ignored by the newer systems. Okay, newer browsers which support module system. Okay, hope it is clear. I will repeat, no modules are ignored. These elements, script elements are ignored by newer browsers which support module, and it will be only executed by the older browsers which does not support modules. Okay, that's why it is called as no modules. Just understand. So the question is, what is the difference between script and script type model? You know, script tag we use in a HTML page for for you can either write it inside script tag, where you can write the JavaScript file, or you can also source the JavaScript file using the script tag.
And we already saw the script type model. This attribute is used when you want to load a module JavaScript using this script tag. Once you want to load any modules, JavaScript modules, you use JavaScript type module, and script we use it for sourcing any JavaScript file. So this is how we will use when ds.js is a type module file, we use type module, else we will use it directly. So in this case, when it is not a module, you can't use import, export, nothing can be used. So you can't import another module, that can't be used. Now we will see the difference when you use script alone and if you use script type model, what is the difference? If you use script alone, it is a by default it is a non-script mode. By script type module, it is in strict mode. Script tag, if you want to make it strict, you have to use strict. Okay, maybe I have made a small mistake here. It is in case of script tag, it is global scope. Okay, whatever you add here inside script, it is global scope, and type model, it is of own scope. Okay, it creates its own scope, maybe isolated from without interfering with the global scope. Okay, and other differences, it cannot import other modules. Okay, it cannot script tag, you can't use import keyword and all because it is not a module. Here you can import other modules. In case of script tag, this is refers to Windows. If you use this inside a script tag, it refers Windows, but in case of module, this refers to undefined. And in this case of script, it is not deferred by default, but in case of script type module, it is deferred. Deferred in the sense, deferred in the sense that if you add this attribute called deferred in script, what will happen is the scripts will be downloaded in parallel and executed after the passing completes. Okay, that is the meaning of deferred in script tag. Okay, so the download will happen in parallel and it will get executed once the page is passed completely. In case of script tag, it is not deferred by default, but in case of script type module, it is deferred by default. In script tag, you cannot add async. Okay, async can be added only for external scripts, but in case of script type module, you can have async. Async means the download happens in parallel and execution happens as soon as the download completes. As soon as the download completes, but it is not needed that passing of the page should complete. Okay, so these are the major differences. Okay, when you use a script type model, it is more used for encapsulation because it has its own scope. So you can export whatever is needed. So it enables the private and public scope, and so it enables encapsulation. For script type, it doesn't enable encapsulation, but in type of model, it enables encapsulation. Maybe I have not included in the table, that is also a point. Series, what is the difference between defer and async attribute in script element? That is the question today. So script element, you know, it is for loading external JavaScript files, right? You use it in HTML file, okay, for loading. You can either embed the JavaScript file inside a script tag, or you can also use it to load the external JavaScript file, right? So what is the difference if you use defer and async? So first we will see if nothing is there, what will happen, and what will happen if async is there, what will happen if defer is there. Okay, if nothing is there, what will happen is the external file will download. If in the HTML page, whenever it encounters the script tag,
and in the script tag there is a source to download a file like this source abc.js. What it will do is it will first download that file and execute that file. Till that time the passing of the HTML file will not happen. It will be passed till that time the download and execution happens, okay, in the HTML page. Only after the download and execution happens, the HTML parser will go to the next line where the script element is present, script tag is present. Next line it will try to load. Maybe it may be input box, whatever, it will try to load. But in case of if async is present, what will happen is the script will be downloaded in parallel and the passing of the HTML page will happen. Both will happen in parallel. But once the download completes, it will start the execution of the JavaScript file and the passing will be passed at that time. Okay, so that's what I mentioned here. Before passing completes itself, the execution of the JavaScript file will happen in case of async. In case of defer, okay, what will happen is the script will download in parallel and the passing of the HTML page will happen, but the execution of the downloaded file will happen only after the passing HTML page passing is complete. Only when the HTML page is completely passed, okay, the execution of the page will happen. The other thing with defer is the execution will happen in the order of which it appears in the script file. But in case of async, this is not the case. The execution will happen as soon as the page is downloaded. Okay, you understand? This is the difference.
What is tree shakeable in JavaScript? Okay, this is the very important question. Okay, what is tree shakeable? You might have heard this term in context of Angular, React and all those. What is tree shakeable is simple term. What it means is removal of dead code. That is, if you use ES6 module, it is like removing all the unused imports, okay, so that you make the bundle smaller. Okay, this tree shakeable can be done by default by Webpack and all those bundler things like browserify and grunt. This gulp, this will all try to reduce your bundle by removing the unused code. So tree shakeable means just removing the dead code, that is unused code. Okay, but this is done by default in all the bundlers like Webpack. But one thing you need to understand is this tree shaking can be done only in ES 2015, only when your application uses ES 2015, because ES 2015 modules only we can statically analyze. The builder can analyze it statically and remove the unused code. This cannot be done in the modules like which uses the application. If the application uses CommonJs, this cannot be done because those modules cannot be statically analyzed. The bundler can't analyze the code statically, which and it can the bundler will not have access to that in the build time. Only at runtime in the browser we will have access. So you have to make sure, if you want to enable tree tree shaking, you need to make sure that your application okay, uses ES 2015, not CommonJs. Okay, this is the most important thing you need to know. Though Webpack does it, you have to make some configurations to disable the conversion to CommonJs, because by default, since it uses Babel preset env, it converts to CommonJs modules. But this should not be done. If it gets converted to CommonJs,
this tree shaking will not happen, and your bundle will end up being larger. Of this series, what are the different module systems in JavaScript? That is the question here. So understood that it was needed because the JavaScript became massive in the front end, and there was a need to organize the code, structure the code, and we also needed that way to encapsulate, okay, so that by means of modules we were able to segregate the code and have their own scope so that it doesn't interfere with the global scope. So that's the reason why these module systems were required, and the module systems also provided the way to import functionalities from different modules other than copying the code everywhere. So the reusability we were able to achieve through these modules. So what are the different module systems? At first in JavaScript there were no module system. After that the CommonJs system came. Okay, CJS what we call it is a old module system which was a native module system in Node.js. Okay, the module system came up in Node.js. Okay, but if you take it uses require and module.exports. But the reason why the next module system came because this CommonJS was synchronous. Only once it loads, it will go to the next line. So it was synchronous, and the developers felt that it needs to be asynchronous. Since it was synchronous, the CommonJS is more for the server side. It is not used in the front end. Okay, but the developers felt that it needs to be asynchronous. Since it is for front end, it has to be asynchronous. That's why AMD came. That is, as the name says, asynchronous module definition, right? So this module came up in the for front end, and it came up with a syntax so that the loading the modules was possible asynchronously. Okay, asynchronously, and once it loads it will do the operations. It will be more of define and then syntax. Okay. So the system which uses AMD is require.js, and if you take UMD as it says, universal module definition. Okay, this you might not have seen much. It is, as the name says, it is both front end and back end. It is for both actually. Okay, and it is mostly a backup for all Webpack roll up when the ES modules does not work in the browser. It is not supported in the browser. This is used as a backup. Okay. Other thing you need to remember, okay, CJS you need not do any thing. It is natively supported, but AMD and all you need to import the packages for the AMD to work. That is the AMD packages you need to install. Then only it will. You need to source. Then only it will work, because JavaScript in the front end did not support any modules natively, but only after 2015 it supported ES 2015 module, that is ES module system. That is what we call as ES modules. So there only the import we import and export the module using import and export. This is the module system in the front end. Okay, front end, and this has many benefits because it combines the benefit of both CJS and AMD. Okay, it loads the modules asynchronously, and it also has the benefit of statically analyzing the code, so that given the benefit of tree shaking, that is reducing the unusable code to the bundlers like Webpack and Rollup, so that only for reducing the size this can be used. ES modules, you cannot use CommonJs, you have to understand that. So ES modules is the most preferred module. ES modules is also have started
supporting ES modules even in Node.js as well. Okay. From version 12.9, I think it is started. First, it was supported with the flag. Now you can use ES modules in Node also. So ES modules is most preferred because it has many benefits. As I told, it can be analyzed statically. That is one of the great benefit, and it can load the modules asynchronously as well. Okay. Hope you are able to understand all these modules. We will go in depth with each module. So what is ES module? Okay. To give a background, the module system was not supported in JavaScript in the front end. Okay. Till now, only after 2015, there was a proposal by means of ES module to support module system in JavaScript natively. Okay, till that time there was no native support for Java module system in JavaScript. Only in Node we had CommonJs, but in the front end we did not have a native system. Only after 2015 there was a proposal to support Java module system natively. Okay, that is called ES modules. Okay. Okay. So before that time we had to rely on loaders to load the modules. Okay. So now let's see what is ES 2015 module. So as I told, only from 2015 they brought in this proposal to support ES modules in the front end. Okay. So you see in the backend we normally use CommonJs, but in the front end we use ES modules. Okay, that is what it is natively supported, but it is not available in older browsers. Only in newer browsers this ES module is available, and we load the module using script type module. That's how we load these modules, and you have to see this ES has the benefit of both CommonJS and AMD, and it loads the modules asynchronously. That is one great benefit. Okay, so only it was proposed. It is more suitable for front end, and as you know, it uses import and export for importing and exporting the values from the modules. And another great benefit is this code can be analyzed statically. Okay, once what I mean by statically is all the build systems can come to know in the build time itself what are the values which are exported from that module, so that it can tree shake, that is remove the all the unused code. That can be easily done by the bundlers like Webpack and Rollup. They can easily do it. This is not possible with CommonJs, but in with the ES modules this is possible because the modules can be analyzed statically in build time itself. They come to know what are the modules available, what are the values, functions or variables being exported from the module, so that they can come to know which are being used by the module where it is being imported, and they can remove the unused code so that the bundle size becomes smaller. Okay, this is one of the great benefit with the ES modules. This is how we use. If you consider I am exporting maybe I have a module where I have written uppercase function, and I export it using that export keyword, and if I want to use it in another module, I just put import user case from usercase.js, and I can use it in another module easily. So we use import and export so that the functions or values can be imported from another modules, or you can also make sure that it is exported.
if you're writing a module, you want to use that module in multiple modules, you can actually use the export, and you use the import in all the other modules where you want to use them. Okay, rather than copying the code everywhere. So to achieve more reusability. Hope this is clear. This is one of the important things with ES 2015, and the most preferred module is ES module, because this greatly enables to statically analyze your module, and ES 2015 module is been also been brought up in Node.js as well because of these benefits. So from version 12.9 it is also supported there. You can also use ES 2015 module in the node, that is the backend also, okay, natively. Okay, so what is CommonJs module? This is one of the oldest module, okay, in JavaScript. It is a native module of Node.js. If you work with Node.js, this is the native module. It is a module on which the entire NPM ecosystem is built. Okay. It uses, as you know, it uses require and module.export. Require for importing, and for exporting you can use module.exports or export. Both can be used. Maybe module.export for exporting a single value, and exports for importing multiple values. And if you take CommonJS, right? If you use CommonJS, that is, if you use require, the modules are loaded synchronously. You have to understand, it is loaded synchronously. So it waits for the module to be loaded before it goes to the next line. So it is more preferred for backend, not for front end. Okay. So as you see here, for exporting we use exports.uppercase, and for importing we use require. Okay, we use require. Okay, and we can use that uppercase module.uppercase for using that function from that module. This is one of the thing. And another important thing is the modules cannot be analyzed statically. You can't, the bundlers like Webpack or Rollup cannot analyze this modules, CommonJS modules statically. That is, at build time this cannot be analyzed, and tree shaking cannot be performed on them. Okay, the bundlers cannot reduce the unused code. Okay, remove the unused or dead code, because at build time they cannot come to know the modules, the things which are exported at build time from that module, CommonJS module. They cannot come to know in build time what are the things which are exported from that module. Only at runtime, in the browser context only, they will come to know. So the bundlers cannot do tree shaking on these modules. Okay, so the CommonJS bundle is supposed to be larger than ES modules. Because tree shaking cannot be done. Okay, so ES modules are more preferred than CommonJS modules. Okay, and just to repeat, it is more suitable for server side. This is not suitable for front end because the modules are loaded synchronously. So the users may see a great time there if it loads synchronously. Okay, and if loads synchronously, what will happen is the user may see the screen freeze for some time. So all these issues may happen. So it is more suitable for server side. Yes. So here I want just the question here is how you will compare ES module and CommonJS module. Okay, these are the two modules which are mostly used in JavaScript. Okay, module system, they are most famous and important module system in JavaScript. Let's compare both. Okay, CommonJS, you know, it uses require and modules.export require for importing, and modules.export and export for exporting. In case of ES module, it is uses import and export. And the other major difference with differences in CommonJS, it loads the module synchronously. In ES module, it loads asynchronously. So since it loads synchronously, it is more preferred for backend. Okay. And ES modules, since it loads asynchronously, it is more preferred for front end. CommonJS, we cannot use it in the front end because it loads the module synchronously. So it may not be the right choice to use it in the front end since it loads the modules synchronously. Since it will take some time for loading the modules, and the user may see a glitch in the loading and it may freeze. The screen may freeze for some time. So these may happen. Okay. So and loading ES modules is also now used in the server side also. That is also been used. Okay. They have started putting ES module in the backend also nowadays with the latest versions. And another thing is the require can be at the importing of CommonJS can happen at any place. But in case of ES module, it should be only in the top. Okay. And another major difference is it cannot be analyzed statically. CommonJS cannot be analyzed statically. What I mean to say is, in the build time, the bundlers will not be able to analyze what are the exported variables or function from the CommonJS module. Okay, because it is exported as an object. They cannot analyze. Okay, and they cannot do a tree shaking. Okay. So they cannot maybe remove all the unused and dead codes in case of CommonJS. But in case of ES module, the bundlers can analyze the variables of functions from other ES modules, and they can remove all the dead codes. Unused codes in the current module they can remove. So by this way they can reduce the bundle. That's what I have put. In case of CommonJS, we cannot do Tree Shakeable, but in case of ES modules, you have ES module, we can do Tree Shakeable. That's why it is more preferred, okay, to use ES modules since the bundle size will be small. So if your bundle converts to CommonJS by any means, then it will become difficult for tree shaking to happen. Okay. So other thing is the require imports the object as a object, imports the complete module as a object. But in case of ES module, it imports as a binding, live bindings. Okay, so it is possible to analyze statically. Okay, another difference is when you import from CommonJS module, it comes as a copy in case of CommonJS, but in case of ES module, it is coming as a live binding. So if any changes happens in the module, ES module, the changes will be reflected here. Okay, because it is a live binding. But in case of CommonJS, it is just a copy. Every time you require it, it comes as a copy from the other module. Understand? And as I said, CommonJS is more preferred for server side. Okay, ES module is preferred for browser side, more preferred for browser side, because the reasons be it is loaded asynchronously and it can be done statically analyzed, and there is a possibility for reducing the bundle size. So this makes ES module a preferred choice for browser side. It is also becoming popular in Node.js as well, since the Node latest version started supporting ES module. Okay.
And CommonJS, we normally you would have seen it in the node, and ES module in the front end. Okay, but ES module is not completely supported in all browsers. In old browsers, it is not supported. The ES modules are not supported. But in those cases, you have to go for when you use any bundlers, it will do a backup to CommonJS or UMD module systems. So what is a native module system in Node.js? The native module system, that is the module system which comes when you use Node, that is JavaScript in the backend, is CommonJS. CommonJS is the system which you get natively. Okay, without installing anything, okay, sourcing any package or module. This is the native module system which comes with Node.js. But if you take ES module system is also, they are also trying to bring in ES module system also into Node.js. Maybe if you take before 12.17.0 version, the ES module system was available with a flag. Now without a flag, it's also ES module system is available. But only thing you need to do in package.json, you have to change type equal to module. Okay, you can do this. In this case, even JS file is considered ES module. Okay, the normal .js file is considered ES module. But if you want to combine both ES and CommonJS, what you can do is you can name the file as MJS. MJS means it is a ES module system. So that if you don't specify type module in package.json, JS file will be CommonJS and MJS file will be denoting ES module. Okay, this way also you can do. So if you get this question, you can say both CommonJS and ES in the latest versions, ES module system is also supported in Node.js. Is ES6 module system possible in Java Node.js? You know CommonJS is natively supported in Node.js. Whether ES6 module system is also supported in Node? Yes, it is supported. They are trying to bring in ES6 module system also to Node. Maybe before 12.17.0, you had to do it with a flag. Now with 12.17.0, ES6 module system is also supported with CommonJS. That is also natively supported with Node. You need not import or install anything for that. It is natively supported. If you want to use ES6 module system in Java in Node, what you have to do is you have to change the type in package.json as module. Or if you want to work both together in Node, both CommonJS and ES6 module system in Node, what you have to do is, if you don't change the type as module, .js will specify CommonJS code and .mjs, understand, .mjs will specify ES6 module system code. It will be considered as a ES6 module. So this way you can work with both the module system in Node, correct? Without installing any package or any having any extra dependency. Both can be worked together. Just understand .js denotes if you don't have type module, .js will denote a CommonJS module, so that you have to use require, and .mjs will denote a ES6 module system where you have to use import, and you can use export. Okay, hope this is clear. Okay, so if you take note, now both are supported with the latest version. Both are supported in Node. Both the CommonJS and ES6 both are supported. How to enable Tree Shakeable in Webpack? Okay, and why this question is normally, right, Webpack uses Babel preset env, which converts your ES module to CommonJS module.
So you have to understand tree shakeable, that is removing the dead code is possible only in case of ES module. It is not possible in CommonJs because it is not it cannot be statically analyzed. So you have to make sure in Webpack it does not use Babel preset TNB to convert ES to CommonJs. So only I have asked this question, okay, how to enable tree shakeable in Webpack when using Babel preset TNB and disable uh, and make Webpack not to convert to CommonJs. How to make it? How to make it so that the tree shaking will happen in Webpack. Okay. So you have to do two conditions. First, you have to make sure that we use only ES 2015 module. Next is you have to add side effect false in the package.json. This we do because to tell any bundler, okay, to say that it is safe to remove the dead code, remove the unused code. You have to say to the any bundler that it is safe to remove the unused code. This will happen only when you say side effect false. Okay, you say that we don't have any side effects in our code, and you can also specify if you have any side effect in an array. That is also possible. So how can we first make sure that we use ES 2015 and we don't make Webpack do the default behavior of when using Babel preset TNB to convert ES 2015 to CommonJs. That common behavior we should avoid Webpack from doing that, so that Webpack will be able to do the tree shaking functionality. So how to do that in Webpack is in the Webpack config, in the when you use Babel loader, right, you have to add ES 2015 and modules false. We have to add this configuration to disable the transpiling of ES code to CommonJS code in Webpack. When you using Babel preset TNB, we have to do this. We have to add presets ES 2015 and we have to say modules false. Once you add this configuration, the Webpack will not convert the ES 2015 to CommonJS. And the other thing you need to add is you have to add the side effect as false in package.json, so that you tell any bundler that it is safe to remove the unused code. We are not having any side effects, and we are telling the bundler that it is safe to remove unused code, so that unused code, that is the tree shaking functionality, will then only happen if you add these two things. Is why bundling is required. Okay, if you have worked with Angular, React, you would have came across you would have used Webpack, and in all this major, okay, in the new coming technologies, maybe in the latest JavaScript technology, everybody uses bundler like Webpack or Gulp or Grunt to bundle the files. Why we are bundling the files? That's the question today. Why we need bundling? Why can't we load one by one? Why we need this bundling? That's the question today. So the bundling, if you take, I just show you Java Angular. This is Angular application. Okay, it is a simple Angular application. If you have seen everywhere, you would see this bundle, right? Okay. Maybe in the network, you will see some main.js, which will have all the code written by you, right? All the code written by you will be in this single bundle, and this is created by Webpack. That's the job of bundler, to bundle all the files. Okay, why we have to bundle every file? Why can't we get one by one? Okay, the reason is, okay, the first thing is the modules are not supported in every browser yet. Okay, only in the latest browsers modules are supported, so we can't import in our code we can't import from one JavaScript file, you can't import another JavaScript file. That is not still supported. So we have brought in all the files. The bundler brings in all files into a single file so that it is able to work in all the browsers. This is the first point. Other next important point is before it was okay. We had only 5 or 10 files and JavaScript was only doing validation. But now JavaScript has become massive. We have around 1000 files in the front end. So in that case, we can't each time go into the server fetching the file. It will take time. It will take number of server requests. So because the you have to pay more price, because each time you are hitting the server in a situation where the network connectivity is low, it is going to cost you much, because every time you are going to hit the server. So by means of bundler, we are able to bring in all the files into a single file. So once the user comes to your website itself, he is able to see the complete files what is required by him, so that he is supposed to go to the server only for getting the data, not for getting CSS or HTML, nothing, because he has got the complete files. The JavaScript can work with that bundle alone. Okay, only for data we go to the file, maybe through REST API we just fetch the data. For data alone, only for required things, we go to the server, so that number of server requests is reduced considerably. And the bundler takes care of maintaining the dependency in the correct order. It will make sure that dependency is all fetched and it is available for you in the bundle. Okay, so the dependency order is also maintained. And the size of the bundle, the bundler, the like Webpack takes care of reducing the size of the bundle by using minify or uglify. All using all these technologies, it considerably reduces the size of the bundle. And other main point is, for the user, the loading time is also reduced, because he already has the complete files in his browser. He does not go to the, as in olden days, he does not go to the server for getting the HTML or CSS file. It is already available to him. So the loading time is considerably reduced for him when using bundle. When using Webpack or any other bundler to create the bundle once he has the bundle. So that's why the bundling has become very important in JavaScript. It has been used in all the latest applications. Okay. So this is about it. We have many bundles, bundler available like Webpack, Rollup, and Grunt, and you can, and most famous is Webpack. So you can use any of the bundler, so to make sure that the files are bundled. If you take any latest thing like Angular, React, already has this bundling Webpack embedded into it, so that it makes sure that all the files are bundled. Okay. So the question is, why do we need to minify or uglify the JS code? Why it is needed? The main reason is you would have seen the bundle file. Okay, it is all readable right now. The bundle file, this is an Angular application where you are seeing the bundle file. Actually, this is an Angular application where we are seeing a bundle file. It is all readable. Okay, if you go to the main.js, it is all readable, right? So the readable code, the humans needs it, right? The human needs a readable code. But when it goes to production, we don't need a readable code, right? No user is going to analyze the code. Only developer will analyze the code. No user is going to analyze the code, right? So the browser does not need to understand it. It is just going to execute it. So the white space comments is all not needed for the browser. So it will be better. Okay. Also the minify, the main thing why minify or uglify is the code is to reduce the size of the bundle, so that
it will be loaded faster. Maybe over the network, it will get loaded. Maybe 100 KB, 1 MB file, if we are able to reduce it to 200 KB, it will be easily loaded by the browser, downloaded by the browser, right? So we minify it, that is remove all the white space, comments, all that we will do. And we also uglify the code. The uglify, why we do is, like, the user should not understand our code, right? User should not, even if he goes through the main file, the bundle file, he should not be able to understand the logic behind that code. So uglification we do so that we convert the code into a non-readable form. It is like, it is not exactly a encrypted form, but yeah, unreadable form. Even if he goes through, he will not be able to understand. So that we are adding a little security to the code. Okay. So that's the reason. Minification we do is to create a compact file so that download time will reduce. Okay. We what we do in minification is remove white space, comments, and all the unnecessary things. Maybe change the variable names, okay, to make it smaller. So we do everything to make the bundle smaller. That is minification. Uglification we do to make it unreadable form, so that the user will not be able to understand even if he goes through the bundle file. Okay, this is the main reasons why we do minifying or uglifying the code. Okay, and the minifying uglification is taken, you can easily do it using bundler like Webpack or anything else, any other bundler, by adding this plugin for minification and uglification. We have uglify.js, for which will take care of both minify and uglify. Okay, what is the difference between minify and uglify? The JavaScript code. Okay, minify, both of them we do it by making use of a bundler like Webpack or anything else, any other bundler. So what is the difference? Minification is just removing the unnecessary white space and redundant tokens, okay, and semicolons, okay. And this also, the minification also uh, makes the renames the variables, okay, that also it does, so that it reduces the space. Okay, and another thing you need to understand is it is reversible by means of a linter. Okay, this minification we do so that we reduce the size of the bundle so that it can be downloaded faster. The browser can download it faster. But uglification we do so that we convert the bundle into an unreadable format. Even if anyone intentionally goes inside and sees the bundle, he is not able to understand anything. So only we uglify the code. Okay. So we convert the bundle into a unreadable form by renaming the variables and functions so that we hide the original intent. Okay, other thing you need to understand with uglification is it cannot be reversed. It cannot be reversed, but minification, it can be reversed by making use of a linter. Okay, both of them can be done by a bundler. If you take Webpack, will do it, and both of them can be taken by uglify.js. This plugin, if you add to your Webpack, it will take off both minify and uglification. If you uglification itself, uglify itself, it will take care of minifying also. So it is not that you need to add a separate plugin for minification and uglifying separately. If you add a plugin like uglify.js just for uglifying, it will take off both uglifying and minifying. Okay, hope this difference is clear. Understand, minifying for reducing the space, all the unnecessary space, comments, everything, so that you reduce the bundle size. But uglification is for a different purpose, for adding a little amount of security so that we convert to an unreadable form, so that the logic of your application is not exposed to a user if he intentionally opens the bundle code in your network or developer tools. Uh, so the question is, what is exports and module difference between exports and module exports in CommonJs? These two of them can be used for exporting variables or classes from a CommonJs module to another module. Okay, all the two can be used. But when each one of them can be used and when each one of them cannot be used, we will see now. Okay. Uh, Ideally, okay, module the module keyword in a module file will have a exports variable. If I want to show you, I can show you. Maybe I can go to this file. Oh, this is okay. Okay. So let's try to print the module. Okay, what is present in module so that I can show you. Okay. Now if I execute, we will see what is present in module. So this is what is present in module. Okay. So this is the module is present on all CommonJS modules. Okay. It is a private variable. Okay. And if you see here, all the module have a export variable. So to this only we are adding whatever needs to be exported from this module to another module. Okay. So so this can be populated by both module.exports and exports. Okay, this can be both can be used to populate this one so that it gets exported to the another module. But there are certain differences. Okay, the module exports when it can be used is if you want to just add a single object, variable or class, you can use module.export. Exports is mainly used for adding multiple values like exports.a, b. You want to add multiple things into the export object, you can use exports. Okay. Another big difference, both as I told you, both refers to the same export object. So both is referring to the same object, export object. So it populates that value. But there is one difference, like the module.exports can be directly assigned to your object. Okay, but exports cannot be directly assigned. It should be assigned like exports.a equal to 10, export.b equal to 20. It cannot be directly assigned a value. It can be assigned only using a variable. Okay. And the other thing is, what gets exported to the another module is module.exports. Whatever the module.export is only directly exported to another module. The exports is not returned by require. The exports object, whatever you add it is just added to the same object, but that is not getting returned. Okay. So we normally use it in these ways. Module.export equal to user exports.a. This is what I told. It can be done only using variables. It cannot be done using you can't directly assign a value to exports. But in case of module exports, you can directly assign a value. Okay. The other great difference is uh, okay, then I think but the issues you should understand. Okay, when you do like this, right? Exports.foo equal to foo, and you in the maybe in subsequent lines you put replace the module.exports with any other value. Okay, this will get ignored. The foo value will not be present in the exports. Okay. Other thing, as I told you, you can't directly assign a value that will not be get added to the exports variable. We can see it here. Okay, maybe I have a child and parent. Okay, okay, maybe now let me add b to just do exports.b equal to a and b 10. I am adding it to the child. Okay, this is a CommonJS module. Okay, the CommonJs module. In the parent, I require the child module, and I will try to print this console. Okay. The exported value. Okay. So now let's try to print node parent.js. Okay. Now we should be able to see this got exported. Now let's print it, and you will see the exported value, right? Because it got exported from the child, and parent is able to see that exported value. Now if I do module.exports, I replace the value with C of 20. Now what will happen? Since it got replaced, this value will all be ignored in the exported value. Okay, let's see that. Now if I print node parent.js, you will see it has only C of 20. The value which was exported by B got completely replaced. So that that's why only we told, like, whatever the value is present in module.export is only exported to the other module. Okay, if, what you have it in exports is not added, but it will be added if we don't replace, but yeah, add a value using module.export. In that case it will be added. Okay, let me see now. If you print now the value, both the values are added. You can see it here, right? So once you replace the module.exports, that value, the whatever value added with the exports will be ignored. Okay, and the other thing you need to understand is, if you add directly right to exports, what will happen is that value will never get exported. So you should always add it with a variable. Okay, if I add now, you can see it is an empty value. Even though it has a value, it is an empty value. So you can't directly replace the value in case of exports. You can directly replace the value in case of module.exports only. Okay. Okay, these are the issues I pointed out here. So hope now these differences are clear. So as I told you, for single class variable and function, it is better to use module.exports. For multiple, it is better to use exports but with a variable. You can directly replace in case of module.exports, but you cannot directly replace in case of exports. If you directly replace, it will be just an empty module. Okay, and what comes to the other module, what gets required is always module.exports, not exports. Okay, so you should be very careful. You should always add exports with a variable, and if you are mixing both the exports and module.exports, you should be careful that you are not replacing the module.exports value.